Happy Saturday, everybody. My name is Joe Strohsnyder of Joe's Computer Museum and wonderful old 8-bit Emporium. How you all doing today? I haven't streamed in a while. I haven't put up a lot of content on my channel in a while. I decided I would come and hang out with y'all. So how you all doing? I got a lot of things on the bench to work on today. This very specifically, I don't know what you want to call it. Orders for my website. Basically, I just have orders for my website to build, and I figured we would just hang out and do that. You can watch my process while I solder things together. Why the heck not? It'll be fun or something. I don't know. Also, I have a logic board in from Ron of Ron's computer videos that we need to take a look at. So depending on how things go today on the stream, we'll take a look at that as well. There is another thing. Whoa, where's Benchcam? Oh, Benchcam's broken. Stand by. We need to fix that. Let's do this. There it is. There's Benchcam. Hi, Benchcam. And it's all backwards. Don't be backwards. Fix it. Fix all the things. Technical difficulties, please stand by. So yeah, there's Benchcam. I was refurbishing an old color ribbon. I don't know if that'll actually work or not, but we will see. I don't think these things turn anymore, and they're falling apart in there. As you can, they're just falling apart in there. Yep. So that's a no-go on that ribbon. But if you do want a replacement color ribbon, you can go to maceffects.com and buy one. So there you are. So that's a no-go. What do y'all want to watch me work on first? Shall we do some orders? Do you want me to repair this logic board for Ron? I think repairing the logic board for Ron might be more fun. Maybe? I don't know. Building the orders is kind of boring. I mean, it's like, hey, watch as I solder things or something. So I don't know. So let's do the thing. Let's clean up the bench here. Let's grab that logic board. While I am doing all of the things here, little housekeeping. Remember that for as little as $1 a month, you can go to patreon.com/Joe's Computer Museum and support my channel. You get things like announcements to these videos 5 seconds before they go out. Or something. And things like that. The audio is out of sync. The audio is out of sync. Is it? Sync. The audio is out of sync. It is out of sync. Sync. Stand by. The audio is out of sync. Neat. That is weird. Is that better? Is that better? I fixy things. I fixy things. I fixy. Stew. Is that better? Is that better? Is that better? Nope. It's all screwed up. I am going to see if I can leave and come back and get this to fix. Stand by. Is that better? Is that better? It's synced now. Yay! That was weird. Anyway, so back to what we were doing. We were going to work on Ron's board. his board has a very, very peculiar issue in that it works for 5 to 15 minutes and then doesn't. It's an SE30 board. So let me get my SE30 set up working. I have all his RAM and ROM and stuff. So that's a thing. So let me go grab that. Stand by. Go watch ShopCam or something while I go do that. Ha-ha. Ron's SE30 board. Yay! So, ignore that. I have laundry in. I need this thing. We need this chassis. Those can go up here. There we go. Cool. Need that. Should probably turn on side cam as well. There we go. Is that working? Hi, side cam. It works. Cool. Sounds like a Kenmore dryer. It is a Kenmore dryer. You are correct. What was I getting? Keyboard and mouse. Keyboard and mouse. I need these things now. Oh, I bumped it with my head. Sure. Well, here's a quick and easy way to make sure that my bench doesn't have anything conductive on it. Use this wooden board. Cool. Let's do this. This goes here. Yep. Okay. So one of the first things I did on this board last night was I went over it really carefully just to make sure there weren't any other busted traces or anything on that. I guess somebody else worked on this before I did. I don't know, something like that. And everything was fine there. So then I threw it through the ultrasonic cleaner and then left it on my dehumidifier overnight to dry out. It's basically all done. I made sure to take out the ROM because it had a paper label on it, and I didn't want to mess up the paper label because that's how I roll. Or I try to remember to roll that way anyway. Sometimes I roll over and die, whatever. That's power. We are going to need RAM. Now, the RAM in this is weird. All of these clips are busted, I'm told. So these RAMs might not actually stay in here. That might be half the problem. I don't know. But we're just going to put it all in. And maybe shove some stuff between the RAM chips to hold them in place. The classic Mac SE plastic retention clips. In theory, you can replace these with sockets that do not have plastic retention clips, but whatever. So I need to shove some stuff in here to hold these this way. What can I use? Let's find out. These will work. Joe has industrial Lego. These are parts from my light sound kits. Shove them in there to put positive pressure on all of those. Sure. Something over there just made a massive clicking noise, and I have no idea what it was. It scared the crap out of me. No idea what just made that noise. Okay. So that should hold all that in place. We're going to put the Silicon Insider ROM with this because that's what Ron sent me. Okay. PE connector sockets. Yes, Jeremy, thank you. Mouse. Mouse. What? The duct tape? Yeah. If you're saying the sound that was over there was a mouse, the answer to that would be no. I do not have mice in this house. I, luckily, in no house I've ever lived in, have ever had mice. Figure that one out. Okay. Oh, that's there. We'll go to side cam so you can see what's going on. Change that angle a little bit. Cool. It dings. So that's a thing. That's what you were referring to. Mice are scared of Joe. Yeah. As expected, it works fine. It works. So while that's booting, I'm going to get my Tools Blue SCSI out, which I have painted or I have printed in yellow so I can tell it's mine and not somebody else's. I bet we can find about 100 mice in that basement. Yes. They're all right here in this box. Here's one. Yes. So that is doing that. That's fine. So we're going to try to boot to external SCSIs here and see if we can get some tests running on this. And hopefully this will be fixed. Now, when I got this board, it was, I don't know what you want to call it. It was a little goopy. There was some detritus and scunge still on the board from the last time it was worked on. So I ran it through the ultrasonic cleaner. So maybe that fixed it, you know. It works for Bruce and Steve. Works for Brankus Creations and Mac 84. So why wouldn't it work for me? Logic tests. Ooh, I need my thingadoodles. I need these things. These are loopback adapters for testing serial ports on your Macs. There is a schematic out there somewhere. I don't remember where it is. But basically, it just loops back the input, the TX and RX lines so that you can run tests. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to do this. I'm going to hit the view log, and I'm just going to run it. We're just going to run the standard test, see what happens. Now, the RAM test may fail because we're in 24-bit mode. That's a thing that could happen with Snooper, just so we're aware. I found that to be an issue. And I don't even know if the operating system on this can support. Yeah, it's going to fail. That's normal. Just ignore that. Stop. I'm going to redo it. Just uncheck RAM so we're not sitting there running that RAM test. I will run the RAM test separately. So this is just going to sit in the background and do its thing while we do other things. So what's going on with all of you? Sorry. Sorry, I was reading Discord there for a second. Speaking of Mac effects, their Apple shells are way nicer than the new clear shells for the Sega Genesis. Yes, Mac effects does good work. They do really good work. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tease you all. I'm going to tease you. I am working with Mac effects. I've worked with them on several different things. But all I'm going to tease you with is this. Stand by. I'm setting this tease up. I'll just do this. And we're going to do Do. There's your tease. Still getting over a flu bug. I am sorry about that, Jeremy. That sucks. So let's look at all my orders we have. I can't show you the literal orders because it shows people's addresses and stuff. But we do have some really cool orders in my orders list. I have one from Steve of Mac84. He sent me an order. I also have one from Garrett Myers. If you don't know Garrett Myers, he runs, I believe, bithistory.org. He has a gigantic, absolutely stellarly awesome, huge Apple II and other old computer collection. It is absolutely bat crap insane. He has an order in with me. And then some other people. So what I usually do with my orders is I will go through them and separate them by type. So like I'll do all of the Blue SCSI desktop kits at once, then all of the Blue SCSI DB25 kits at once, and then all of the assembled ones at once. I do them in these sequences because I have this ADHD thing and I have to have a very super simplified serialized process for everything. If I deviate back and forth and back and forth and back and forth a lot, I make a lot of mistakes, and I can't have that. I've sent out a few shipments lately where I've forgotten parts, so I've been trying to serialize everything that I do so I don't make those mistakes. So I'm just going to look through all these orders and see which ones are which and get an idea of what kinds of stuff people want. Mostly fully assembled Blue SCSIs. No, it's about 50-50 kits and assembled. And then Steve's order, which is flipping gigantic. So let's go through, and I am going to do only the kit orders first. Not that one. That one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. Not that one. So I got 3 orders for kits, it looks like. The problem is this is my packing table, so I can't really do it while this test is running. Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. Hi, Dave! If any of y'all are watching are my patrons and you want the link to join me in the stream and feel like joining me in the stream, you can go to the patrons Discord and just hit me up there, and I will give you the link so you can join me on the stream. I can have up to something like 12 people on here at a time. We can have a big old fix things party if you want. I'm waiting on money to get an external Blue SCSI kit with SD card slot solder. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do the thing. We'll make it happen for you. Doobie doobie doo. I have random orders. Cool. Dave, you are not allowed to have that person as a guest on your show because that person is also a guest on our show soon. So you can't do that. Dave knows what I'm talking about. John Morris is here. John Morris. That John Morris of one of the coolest, most awesome preservation tools for floppies that has come out since literally forever. That John Morris? If so, hi, John. If not, hi, John. Man, this place is a mess. At work, Joe. Okay. Working on a Saturday. I'm sorry, Dave. Oh. So what are we due? Guilty. Yes. John Morris put me, ooh, yes. While we're waiting for this wonderful thing to break, hopefully it doesn't break, and then I've just fixed the problem for Ron, and I can just ship it right back out. Because if anybody knows, fixing SE30s is hard. It's so hard. They're so weird. Anyway, Eric Helgeson, cleaning your office while you watch. Hi, Eric. So, cool things. John Morris, since we have you here, I want to show everybody a cool project I've been working on that John helped me with a little bit. And I'll show everybody what John helped me with. John helped me find where I can acquire these. That is a DB19, which are not made anymore. There's like 2 places in the entire world that have any of these things. And John, because he makes applesauces, knows where they are. So he's like, here, I got your hookup. So he sent me to this company that has these. And the reason we need these are because of this. Focus, you feck. Focus. 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 You're dumb. You are so stupid. Nobody can see what I'm looking at. Anyway, it's a Y cable with my wonderful little funny name here. Y cable. Why do you need a cable? So here's the thing. And yeah, Justin Morgan knows as well. So what happens is if you have an Apple IIe card for the Mac, like the ones that go in the LC series, anything with a PDS, it goes in this LC series or the Color Classic or the 575, any of those series. If you have that, many, many times that's going to be a pulled card from an old school computer and the Y cable is missing. Well, what is the Y cable? It's the cable that comes out of the back of the card that allows you to attach a 5.5 inch or 5.25 inch floppy drive and a joystick directly to the Apple II that's inside the machine so you can have your full Apple II experience on your Mac. Well, if nobody has the cable, you can't use the thing. I mean, you can, but it makes it a little bit more difficult to have a more authentic experience, you know, and you can't play games because you don't have a joystick connector. Well, I have designed through looking at several bad designs on the internet that were wrong and did not function. And then examining how an actual Y cable works, I have designed a replacement Y cable. And I have 2 different versions of that Y cable. One is the DB, this one? Yes, this is the DB19 version, which is basically an electrically identical replica to the cable. But I've also created this one that has an IDC 20 or a 20-pin connector. So if you don't have a floppy drive with a 19-pin DB19 pin connector on it, so you only have an old disk 2. This allows you to connect a disk 2 to your Mac without having any extra little adapter doodles. So I have both of these options. Now, are these available for purchase yet? No, not yet, because I ran into some, how can I put it, some physical constraint concerns with the way that these plug into the back of the Mac and then the cables plug in. There's not a lot of clearance. I mean, you can't really see. There's not a lot of clearance in there to get thumb screws through there to get this attached to stay on the back of the Mac. No shroud on the IDC 20. Adam, it's a prototype. Shut up. Anyway, I love you, Adam. You no idea. So I sent some of these out to some beta testers who are going to test them out for me and work on them on several different machines and tell me how they function, if they have any glitches or issues with them, and also that physical constraint. Because my worry is most of us in the Apple II/Mac community are going to know better not to like plug this in and like jiggle the crap out of the computer and have it unplug. But there are also a whole bunch of people who are going to be like, oh, I have cable, plug in, and then it's going to fall out, and they're going to like either break their 2E card or it's not going to work, and they're going to blame me. So I want some feedback from some trusted beta testers on how this is going to work. So if I need to redesign this so that this connects on the other side of the board so that you can get thumb screws into it to affix it to the back of the machine or something. That'll be cool. One of those beta testers is in the chat right now. Thank you, beta tester. You know who you are. So yeah. So those are going to be coming out very, very soon. Super duper soon. I like the little rounded corners I put on it. Kind of neat. Made it nice and, I don't know, fancy. It's got my signature smiley face on it. It's got my smiley face down there on it. And it has through holes in it as well. Here, here, and here. So that if I ever decide I want to make, like, I don't know, a 3D case for it to protect the pins, protect the back of it, I've got some mount points for that kind of thing. So it's got the whole 9 yards. So that's what's going on. So let's go back over and check this Mac. Still running, still no problem. I think the issue here has been a combination of extraneous goop left on the board and the RAM sockets, to be honest. I need to add about a ½ inch in the PCB to the connector to the 2E card. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like stretch it out and like stagger the connections or something. I think really what I need to do is I'll go back to face cam. I'll show you again what my thought is, and I'll wait until I get some feedback. Is right now all of the connectors are on the same side, right? Which is fine. But the problem is that with the space constraints on the back of the computer, I can't like three-dimensional issues. I can't spread these apart so that you can get access through to the thumb screws to thumb screw this in, right? So that's the issue. So what I'm thinking of doing is flipping this over and putting this connector on this side and putting it over here basically so that this connector is on this side and these connectors are on that side. So you can take this and thumb screw your floppy and your joystick in on this side. Then it goes in this way, and this connector is up here. And it has all of this clearance room up here to get the thumb screws, and it'll be in place. But yeah. I can join you shortly if you like company. I just need to find something to work on. Sure. Yeah. Let me drop that into my patron place. I need to click here. Click here. There's the StreamYard link in my patron Discord. So if you're a patron and you want to drop by and hang out, do it. Back to Sidecam. Are you broken yet? No. Ron, you sent me a working SE30. I'm still charging you $80. I'm kidding. That's a joke. I'm kidding. It's $120. No. So yeah. What else can we do? What else can we do? Justin Morgan is also a JCM member. He's a patron and a member. He is a big supporter of my channel. So thank you, Justin. Can I like shut this off and move it to a different location so that I can like work on building the blue scuzzies or something? I don't know. I just feel like I'm just sitting here like waiting for this to like fail so I can do something else. I wanted the little icon doodle in the chat. Thank you. My replication on my servers is good. Thank you for letting me know. Yes. Checking my email. Literally, I'm just hanging out. I'm just hanging out. I have nothing to do. I had things to do, but like nothing really interesting. So I dropped the blue scuzzy in the mail yesterday. Yes. Eric Helgeson. I wanted to thank Eric very much for helping me out with the PowerBook blue scuzzies, by the way. Very important. Thank you, Eric, very much for your efforts and your support. Of course, he's the project lead and project owner of the Blue Scuzzy project. We had some reports of some issues with the mounting of the Blue Scuzzy PowerBook version in certain versions of the PowerBook, because certain versions and potentially even certain revisions of that same machine had the cable is weird. Basically, the little ribbon cable is really, really stupid. And so when you try to, no matter what we tried to design as far as bracketry to make it work in that machine, it's just not going to work. So what we have to resort to is literally like double-sided tape or Velcro. So basically with every PowerBook Blue SCSI that I send out, I'm going to not only send the 3D printed bracket, because I don't know what machine people are going to order. I don't know. But I'm also going to send it with some, and I'm going to send it with Velcro. I'll show you. Stand by. Look at my shirt, everybody. I got some nice Velcro here that I can just slice off it in pieces and put it in there. So basically, you just stick one piece of Velcro to the bottom of the thing and stick the other on it, and it sandwiches it together and it sticks it in place. And because it's Velcro, hook and loop fastener, excuse me, it'll because this is 3M, not real Velcro, because it's Velcro, you can remove it and whatever. It holds the original one with force, which the Blue SCSI is not the same size as a real. Yeah. Yeah. And so that's the issue. Like on those certain versions, like it's hard to explain. The slot for the SCSI drive is literally the exact same size as the drive. And the only way we would make that work would be with like this full 3D printed like cage that was the exact same size as the drive itself. In addition, the Blue SCSI has pin headers that stick out just a tiny bit on the bottom of the PCB, which raises the whole thing up about like 0.5 millimeter, which is just not right to literally fit in there with any sort of whatever. Yeah, there's like 8 different problems with it. But long story short, basically, we on those specific instances, if you just stick it down with tape, it just stays in there and it's not a problem. And then ones with screws like the 500 series work fine because it has screws. Exactly. So that's the situation. If anybody out there is listening as one of the 4 people who bought one of the PowerBook Blue SCSIs before we recognize that issue, yell at me, send me an email, whatever, and I'll mail you some Velcro, if you have an issue with it. I only received one report from one of those 4, so cool. So is this computer still running? Yes. It's still running just fine. Perfectly fine, no issues. Now, if I had more bench space, I could set this to the side over here. Maybe I can make more bench space? Maybe? I don't know. I guess we'll try it. We will try to make more bench space, and I have to do this carefully because I may have addresses and documentation and paperwork over here. So stand by. Let's see here. That's Blue SCSI papers. Screws to hold this, which is in the logic board for the pumpkin tosh, which I was using to diagnose somebody else's SE30. Anybody want to see the phone bill for a municipality? Okay. I'm going to put this stuff over here to make room. This is what a Vid HD looks like in the inside. It's completely broken. It's dead. It was totally toast. I had to take it apart to like figure out more of how toast it was. So we'll just put that here for now, which gives me space up here to move some of this stuff. That can all go up here. Cleaning the shop with Joe. Of course, this is my Apple II, Apple III repair area. You can't see a GD thing. This is my Apple II, Apple III repair space. Testing space, so to speak. This all goes here. As you can see, I have it, but it's not installed in anything. I just have it. there might be some specific reason for me having this that might relate something to performance testing. We'll see. That is anybody want to like a 1/8 of a Mac case? This can go down here with my 3D printed stuff. Random thing I don't need. These are really cool. So I have my favorite surplus store locally that sells just random surplus stuff. Lots of electronics and cables and chips and all that stuff. And I was mucking through all of their stuff and I found this. This is a whole bin or tube of 1 megabit, i.e. 128 kilobyte static RAM chips. I can use these for little electronics projects. And I got this entire tube for $1. So, woo! Cool. So let's move this back over here, because now we're going to shut this down and move it over here so I have space to work. We're going to hit stop and do file quit and do special shutdown. We're working like a champ, Ron. Working like a champ. No problems. Just unplug some of these cables to make this a little easier to move. So we're going to put you all the way over here. Very carefully so it doesn't fall over. We'll put this here. Plug it all back in, get it all back up and running. And then I can have my bench space for doing orders. I need power all the way over here. That power cable is too short. That power cable is also too short. I believe I'll need to get one from all the way over here. Stand by. We go back all the way back here. And I've got an extra one, more than one actually, just kind of hiding out up in here. A little bit closer by. There we are. Back over this way. There we are. Power. Cool. We got all the bits and pieces. Yes. So we can get this snooper up and running, and then I can set up the rest of my setup here. Do. You keep talking to Ron, but I don't see any comments from him. Am I going crazy? No, I'm talking to him as if he was here, but he's not here. Because this is Ron's board. What's up, my beloved retro maniacs? You're 7 bits short. I keep telling you that at 1-Bit Fever Dreams. 8 bits are all you need. 8! Do your math! I'm kidding. I love you to death. You know I do. I still can't figure out how to fit the blue SCSI in there. You're saying to remove the bracket. Yes, Adam, completely remove the blue SCSI from the 3D printed bracket and then affix it with double-side tape or Velcro. Eric Helgeson has done it that way, and one of the other blue SCSI sellers has done it that way to get it to work in that specific model of machine. If you were feeling better, you'd put the Mac Pi together. Yeah, that would be super cool. I overflowed the 1-bit number and wrapped it around to 1. Ha! But that gives you 9 if you read the carry flag, sir. You got to read the carry flag. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. It's fine. Back to the rivers of belief. Yes. Retro Fox is here. How you doing? Cool. So we're going to run Snooper. We're going to go to logic tests. I'm going to skip the RAM test because we know on the SE30, this is a snooper-specific problem that I have found. If you have more than 24 bits of RAM in the machine, basically, and you run, whether it's in 24 or 32-bit mode, it doesn't matter, and you run a RAM test, it will fail a RAM test, period. It always does. I have my SE30, the Pumpkintosh, has known perfect RAM in it because I tested it with other tools. In 32-bit mode, Snooper sees all the RAM and it fails the RAM test anyway. It's a Snooper thing, so just ignore that. So we're going to view the log, and we're just going to run this in its cycle. We're just going to let it do it. And it's just going to sit here and run in the background. And now I got to figure out some place to put this keyboard that is A, not going to fall off the bench, and B, not going to shock the crap out of me if I touch something wrong here. It can go right there. You run in the background. Okay, so now I can get all my blue SCSI parts. So we can start building order doodles. That will all go right there. Cool. So you guys get to see how the sausage is made. Yeah. So first off, we have the master kit right here. I do this very carefully so I don't bump this SE30 back here. Can you open it? You can come. You can do it. There we go. So I have all my parts there accessible. And then I will need my paperwork and instructions and the 3D printed quesadoodles, which will go here. And this is how I do it. So let's build one first. Let's build a kit order. Why not? You get to watch me do that. So let's start here. This is this person. They get a kit. They get a DB25 kit. Okay, cool. So we start by getting our DB25 packing checklist, which is this one here, which allows me, this has all of the bits and pieces on here so that I can tell whether I'm put everything in the order correctly. So we get this. Oh my gosh, there's a wild Justin. Ron is here! Hi, Ron!
Yeep!
Eep! Woot!
Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Looks like my camera is crooked. Let's make sure the world knows that my basement is level.
Got some Dutch angle going on there.
Yeah,
Ron,
no.
this is your SE30. It's been running basically all 45 minutes. Has been running pretty much this entire stream, running just fine, by the way. Just saying. All I did was ultrasonically clean it. Okay, anyway, continuing. What's going on in your world, Justin?
Well, I am really probably should be doing something else right now, but instead I'm here.
Well, don't feel obligated to be here.
My foot is not up to doing what I really need to be doing, so
Gotcha.
I was actually just sitting upstairs waiting for my foot to feel like painting the basement, and my foot is saying no right now.
What everybody doesn't face cam. What everybody doesn't realize is that his foot feels like crap is because he had to extract it from somebody's ass. I'm kidding. I'm being funny. Anyway, bench cam. We'll do bench cam. So we goes.
So instead, I thought I would attempt to make enough room on my workbench to put together a 3D printer.
Cool. Yeah.
That I've had for far too long not assembled. So I just need to move my Pac-Man cartridge of sorrow and shame off to the side.
Pac-Man cartridge of sorrow and shame. It's a whole story in and of itself.
It doesn't work. It's like the one game I wanted to play after I got the composite mod done on the Atari 400, and the game's broken. It's I think one of the two ROMs on it's dead.
The upside is we can fix that.
Yeah.
Available only at jcm-1.com. Ron's computer videos. Woo! Thanks for the super chat, Ron. Glad the SC30 is doing okay. No idea why I have keep having issues. Yeah, Ron, and I can even put it on side cam here just for a while so you can watch it. So you can all just see the back of my head while I build orders. It's just sitting here running Snooper in an order. I skipped the RAM test because of in my experience, running Snooper with more than 24 bits of RAM, whether it's in 24 or 32-bit mode, it doesn't matter. It will always say the RAM's bad. So I just skipped the RAM test. I do have some light sound bracketry in here, shoved all in here to hold the RAM in place. Other than that, all I did was I checked some traces. They looked okay, and then I ultrasonically cleaned it and let it dry on my dehumidifier overnight. That's literally all I've done to it. So I honestly think it's either just these RAM sockets again are just dumb, and they're not staying in there, or the any goop that was left over from the board, because it was still a little goopy. Ron, it was just a little goopy. Some of that goop may have been acting as capacitors. I've seen this 1,000, well, like 8, but I've seen this 1,000 different times on boards. If there's goop on the board, if somebody's used weird flux, something's in the wrong spot, all different types of things like that. It can the flux and the goop can actually act as capacitors and capacitively couple like one pin to another pin and do weird stuff. I fixed an Apple IIc once by removing the chip, cleaning it, and re-putting the chip on. That's all I did. Like, it traced out just fine, but it was goop under the chip and in between the pins that caused the problem. So maybe that's what it is. Or maybe this will crash, and then we'll have something to actually look at. Until then, I'm building Blue SCSI orders, so that's what we're doing. Pin strips. 2. What printer is that you're building there, Justin?
It is the Ender 3 Pro.
Ender 3 Pro. Like my Ender 3 Pro. Yeah. Should you order some ROM sockets, Ron? It probably wouldn't hurt, at the very least, to eliminate that as a variable. Just keep in mind that replacing these ROM sockets is akin to pulling out your own teeth with a spoon. It's not fun. So, yeah. This is DB25, so it gets one of these. It gets one of these wonderful 3D printed brackets. Printed on my Ender 3 Pro just last night.
I need to print something, so I figured I'd better put the printer together.
Yes. The Ender 3 Pro is a frigging awesome printer. Huge fan. Huge fan.
So I finally got a...
They order a 3D print? Yes. Do they order... the instructions. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm talking over you.
Yeah, so I've been trying to save the non-volatile settings for my oscilloscope for like forever, and I finally got something to work in it. I found some directions online for installing a Gotek in a Tektronix TDS 3000 series oscilloscope, and even though mine is actually
I didn't want to do that.
700 series oscilloscope, I thought, well, it probably uses a very similar floppy controller, so let me try these instructions. Worst case, it's also not going to work, and it worked. Finally. After I tried using a stupid adapter doodle to use a regular Gotek, because the Tech scope uses a 26-pin floppy drive instead of the 34-pin.
Yeah.
And that stupid adapter didn't work.
Nice.
It probably should have been an omen as to how well it was going to work, because I inserted the cable once and realized that I didn't have the cable twisted right to actually be able to set the floppy drive in a sane way, and broke it removing the clip so I could bend the cable around to the correct orientation. It just has to do with where the floppy connector is on the main board of the scope, and it's got a natural bend in it and everything. So,
yeah.
But anyways, so that didn't work. So I was like, I don't know if following these directions are going to work, but these directions told you how to convert one of the 26-pin Gotex to work on the tech scope, and basically I don't think you're really doing much other than loading flash floppy on it.
Yeah. Flash floppy for the win. Flash floppy on every Gotek. Yes.
Other than that, and it tells you which jumper setting to set, which is basically only S1, because I think the tech scope is just using the... Basically, I think it's just a standard PC floppy drive, but...
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, it worked, so I got the settings off of it, but... And since that worked, though, I want to put the floppy drive in the scope, but Tektronix, in their infinite wisdom, used a slimline floppy drive with the eject button in an odd spot, so it's like slightly wider than a normal slimline floppy drive, and I don't like the gap.
Yeah.
And I can't
Mind
really
the gap.
screw it. Yeah. Yes, I do mind the gap, and plus I can't really screw it in to make it easy to remove the USB drive, so I want to print. I think I found something on Thingiverse I can print. I just need to print it.
Thingiverse! To answer Ron's question, ROM socket seemed okay. Yep, your ROM socket is perfectly fine. Yes, there are a lot of broken clips on the first RAM bank. Lots of them. All of them. They're all broken. Are there any 3D printed holders for the ROM socket? I don't know, to be honest, Ron. I haven't seen any. That might be just a quick troll across Thingiverse to see if there are any. Are the RAM slots in pairs? Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Yes, they are in pairs because it is a 16-bit processor. So it means it needs to access 2 banks of 8 simultaneously to pull in 16 bits at once. And a 30-pin SIM is an 8-bit 8-bit access SIM. So that's how that works. So yeah. They're actually in 4s, not 2s. So it's 32 bits. I don't know. I don't know crap about anything. Shut up. I guess that the alternate ROM, the first bank can be empty seemingly. Yeah, it can. I'm just testing it with all of the RAM in there just to make sure it works. And it seems to. So, yep. And we're going to zoom out. And we're going to do super shaky cam. Hyper shaky cam. Do this. So you can see that run or something. I don't know. Go there. Sure. Why not? Why not? I mean, the slots themselves physically. Yes. Yes, they come in little doubles. Yep.
Oh.
Should it be made to reliably work? Well, it's behaving itself, Ron. Ooh. So $10 off your next filament purchase. $40 in shipping. Great. Awesome.
To use that $10 off coupon, I would have to drive 2.5 hours to Northern Virginia.
Yeah. Oh, is that Micro Center?
Micro Center, yes.
Yeah.
I'd have to drive to Fairfax. I mean, I could say hi to RetroTech Chris on the way, maybe, but...
Hi, RetroTech Chris!
I think he's somewhere up there. Yeah. But yeah, it would be $10 off, but I'd spend more in gas than the $10 off would get me.
So I need to check this order again real quick to make sure I'm getting the packing list.
Which actually, I'm kind of waiting for the mail to come today because if you follow RetroTech Chris on Twitter, you will notice that he sent me something for my Dawsember project.
Ooh, Dawsember!
And I think it's coming today, so... Cool. Plus, I think I have a package from Joe, too. Don't say what's in it. Joe knows what's in it.
I know what's in it. We may have talked about it earlier on the stream.
Yeah! Funny how things work out that way, huh?
Yeah. What am I doing? I don't freaking know. I'm See, this is why I shouldn't stream while building orders, because I screw orders up. This is why I'm double and triple checking it. So all these bits and pieces go in here. Here, watch me pack the order. Bench cam. So we take this and all these bits and pieces just kind of doing.
He's making a list. He's checking it thrice. He's going to find out if he's forgotten things or not.
And then forgot how to count and forgot the things anyway.
Yeah. Joe is possibly packing your order.
Yes. Go in here. Go. Do it. So that's how a Blue Scuzzy 25 kit goes together. So we've got the packing list and the instructions and the whole order. I do every single one of these as I go. Some of my compatriots, most of my compatriots in the Blue Scuzzy Sellers group, actually pre-build all their orders and then send them out. I don't do that. And it's mostly I don't know what you want to call it. It's a serialization thing that helps my brain work. So we're going to print this packing slip over here. That is not the packing slip. I want to print the freaking shipping label. Printing the packing list on a label and you can't read it. There we go. Gonna do that. This person is in Georgia. They paid for that kind of shipping, so we buy that kind of shipping label.
All right.
And we do that, and we print it on the label printer, which saves me so much time. Trust me. Cool. Now, let's see. Can I go to Ceiling Cam, which is not working? I go to Ceiling Cam and then turn the camera around. You can watch me package it. Stand by. Okay. Button.
Interesting. I think.
Cool. You see it now? Ceiling Cam. Hi, everybody. So if I do some weird thing like turn this around, can I even turn it around? I don't know if I can. Everybody, look at the top of my racks and things.
Oh, wow.
Look at my heating vent.
That is a really nice heating vent you have there, Joe. It looks like a heating vent.
I do that and do something like this. You can watch me pack the order. I don't know. It's literally hanging from it is an iPhone hanging from a hook on my ceiling. So stand up.
I was looking for the manual in this box, and I think I found it. I think they expect me to trust that this is a thumb drive with only some sample G-code files and the manual on it.
Good enough? Yeah, you can see what I'm doing.
Oh, that's actually not a... That's a micro SD card and an adapter.
Ceiling Cam! I could get a DB25 Blue Scuzzy kit now. Just the SD card for soldering is what I need to save up for. Well, Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, send me a message. I might be able to, pre-solder that for you. Take care of it. Cool. Here, let's get my laundry out of the way. Hi, everybody.
Oh, there we go. I guess I'll open it with that.
Approximately there, somewhere in that general vicinity. Where is the tear mark? I don't know.
Aha! Yes. A word to the wise, if you're ever assembling a Creality Ender Pro, always check the position of the mains voltage switch. Because it might just be wrong for your locality. Also, when you realize it's wrong, your spudger or other device that can flip that switch is going to run away and never be found.
So it's an unspudger?
Yeah, it's an unspudger. Oh, I probably put it away in the wrong place. Or I knocked it off the workbench. Oh, here we go. Chip lifter. That can do it. There.
Label on the box.
Yeah, I think a lot of these enders might be set to 230 volts at the factory because they test them, and then I guess they don't flip the switch based on where it's shipping to.
Yeah.
Even though this one obviously looks like it was a lot that went to Micro Center stores in the US only because it had the coupon in it.
Spider watch cam. Pretty much. Yeah. I need to see if I can get the power plugged back into the standby. If I were to do this, take it and flip it over.
Slot for a parallel card and an Apple II.
Side.
That...
Here, you're like go to that camera while I do this.
That's a good question. Let's see here.
So you don't get sick cam while I'm screwing around with cameras.
I think it might be slot 2, Eric. I think slot 2 might be where the parallel card usually goes. Or slot 1. Might be slot 1. I think slot 2 might be the serial card.
Close.
So put that parallel card in slot 1 and hopefully it'll work.
And this. Yay. Tighten this down so that doesn't move.
According
Cool!
to this,
That kind of works, sort of.
according to this thingadoodle I found online, which of course has to be totally infallible, slot 1 on the Apple II is for the printer interface card. Slot 2 is for the modem. Slot 3 on the Apple II and Apple II Plus would be where your 80 column card goes. Slot 4 would be mouse or memory expansion card, or the Microsoft soft card for like your CPM card. Slot 5 is going to be your 3.5-inch disk drive interface card. Slot 6 is your 5.25-inch disk drive card. And slot 7 is your Apple Talk card or other expansion card. And I'm sure that's totally accurate because the internet would never lie now, would it?
The internet will never lies.
Also, if you didn't get the seething sarcasm in that statement,
Yes.
well, that probably gives you your actual answer.
How long has Sodium been here?
Just a couple minutes. Well,
Hi,
actually,
Sodium.
not even a
Sorry,
minute.
I was like across the room and couldn't click buttons.
It's okay. So, to make a joke here, I literally just woke up and saw that Joe was streaming. So I figured, you gotta start your morning with a cup of Joe. So I mean,
JCM-1.com. Get your thinking mug today.
oh my god, that segue into a product ad was great.
Anyway.
There's
But
the
yeah.
document I was referring to, Eric, if you want to take a look at it. I have...
You can tell I'm just waking up because literally I have nothing on my screen right now.
Yes, we don't want to see you. We don't want to see you just after you woke up. Don't put it on.
Well, I mean, I don't face cam anyway. Let's be honest here.
I didn't mean to be insulting. I was trying to be funny.
I know, but no one wants to see me just waking up.
The best part of waking up is not being on face cam.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Let's see. Scene collection, virtual camera. There we go. Do thing question mark? There we go.
Yes, for those of you all who this is your first time watching, first of all, you got to smash that subscribe button. Joe
Yes!
is so close,
Hit the
so
button.
close to 5,000 subscribers. Second of all, you need to smash that like button for all the zany songs you're going to hear. And third of all, you've been warned, there's zany songs everywhere.
Yes. Absolutely.
This is why when Joe invites you to a stream, you don't say no, ever.
Because Joe knows where you live. I have both your addresses. No. Sutek! Yes.
Yes.
Right. Joe, I need to give you an excuse to send me more mail so we can continue playing Legend of Zelda over mail.
Yes! So this is this long backstory. So as you can all tell, Zodium's icon for years and years and years has been Toon Link taking pictures, but like he's either tired or despondent or whatever. And so the very first card when Zodium became a patron, I said, I don't remember what I said.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Yes. And so then I sent him some more stickers recently, and I'm like, it's a secret to everybody. So it just keeps going on. So yeah.
Eric, I approve of your upgrades to your Apple IIe.
Let me
do
see.
myself.
Did I send you another one in between that was something?
No, you just sent the two I have is dangerous to go alone. Take this, and it's a secret to everybody.
So that's one.
I'm trying to find. This is dumb. Do I really have to switch over to Chrome for this? Wow. Okay, so I'm trying to get the context for the image, but it's quite funny and tracks with how I feel about some things. Let's see. Because I know I have it in my Google Books, which is what I'm trying to access, but I don't want to have to like get my tablet out to have to like grab this. Why is it Google Play Books maybe?
Yell at it real loud.
This is annoying. Okay, I have to. No longer available. That's wow.
Look at the thing I bought that I can no longer get. That I quote.
Well, I didn't buy it. I put it up on because that was back when I had an Android tablet and I would read like PDFs and stuff. And so there's a manga of that's kind of a parody of Wind Waker. So to explain the context here, it's a parody of like what goes on in Wind Waker. And in Wind Waker, at least in the original version, you would get a Picto box, which is, just the game's like take on a camera. But due to the GameCube's limitations, you could only take 3 pictures. So the panel that I have as my profile picture comes from the manga's parody of that whole situation, and it has the photographer telling you, take more pictures, and Link is all excited. But then the photographer's like, but you can only take 3 of them. Take more pictures! And that's when Link is like, what the hell?
Perfect.
And that's the frame I grabbed.
I love it.
And it tracks with me because I do photography as a hobby, so kind of funny.
And even though I do not play video games, I am a huge Legend of Zelda and specifically a Link fan. So it
warmed my heart. It warmed my heart when I saw that Mike was playing Wind Waker. Like a couple weeks ago. I was like, yes,
Wind Waker is the best as well. Wind Waker is awesome.
I love that like people have come to appreciate Wind Waker more because I remember when it first released, everybody hated it. It was like
it's
universally
like, it's cute and stupid. I'm like, it's adorable. Shut up.
It's such.
I love it. Yeah.
It's funny because it's like it kind of like, and then everybody's like, "But Breath of the Wild is so good." And it's like they're the same game.
It's just different ways of doing the same thing.
And then Nintendo's like, okay, and then they put out Twilight Princess, and everybody was happy.
Yeah. Toilet Princess.
Oh god!
That's what the Game Grumps call it. They call it Toilet Princess. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
That game I still have yet to even. I mean, I've played it. I have yet to actually complete it.
Apparently,
And
I have found the M5 play mat in my 3D printer package. All right.
I see Joe is indeed doing orders.
Yeah. Joe was not kidding.
He is trying to be the bubble wrap whisperer here.
Did anybody see the problem with this?
What happened?
What's the problem with that? I'm just gonna throw random parts into the box and they're gonna rattle around when I ship it.
I really I don't know if they're watching. I mean, I don't think they tune into these streams, but I hope that the person who ordered the DB25 that I linked it or posted a screenshot in your Discord, I kind of know that person, and that's why I was like, hey, hey, Tom, can you give them an extra shipment of googly eyes, please, on my behalf?
Yeah.
I wanted to,
more Google, please.
I wanted to just reply to them and be like, hey, by the way, since you ordered from Tom, now you're a part of the cult. The contract has been sealed. I don't make the rules.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Biodegradable.
Right.
Custom made. 8 bits are all you need to take. Paper tape with sticky goo on it. Label.
Oh, yeah. And I need, I need to stick one of these, specifically the JCM sticker on the back of the SE30 at some point.
Yes! More JCM stickers for everybody. Do it.
What you really need to do is make some stickers or a holographic sticker that's serviced by Joe's Computer Museum. If I really wanted to joke, if I had some extra
hey, I can't show that on stream. It's got both my address and Tom's address on it. Anyway.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
If I really wanted to be funny though, I should have got / asked for a Halt and Catch Fire sticker to put on the G3 AIO before I handed it off. Because, that thing I'm pretty sure has a bad flyback, and when you try to start it up, it hisses at you.
Yes.
So I don't know what's wrong with that thing, but it's no longer my problem.
Adam G asked a question. He was unloading his car. What did he miss? That's actually a really good question.
You missed Joe being very animated.
Well, yes. It's not the coffee, that's for sure. It's just me.
Oh, no.
So, no, he was unloading his car. And I do want to mention that because I want to give Adam McGee some extra special props. So, story time with Joe. So, you may or may not know that I did a video, it's been 2 years now, of that machine right here. This whole big stack. This is an NEC PC 8001A, which is the American version of the NEC, the 8800 series, the 8801s and all that. But it was the very first of that kind of line of computers that were super popular in Japan and were they were kind of the first Japanese computer standard before MSX, effectively. They stuck around for quite some time. But anyway, this is the American version. The American versions of these, or North American versions anyway, the A version, are very rare. And this one is extra rare because it has a single-sided disk drive on it. not the normal double-sided that everybody bought, single-sided, which means there is no software that I have been able to find on the internet that's compatible with this machine. Nobody has imaged any of the single-sided disc images that will boot this stupid thing. Fast forward to, a couple months ago, a gentleman reached out to me through my website. He's like, hey, I have one of these. As a matter of fact, I have more than one of these, and discs, and bits and pieces. You got to come get it. I want somebody who can appreciate these machines, who knows how to do something with these machines, and has some reason to preserve the stuff, to preserve it, because I don't have the time, patience, space, whatever, blah, to do the thing. So I'm like, sure. And back and forth after months of just trying to get things to arrange, basically the person lives near-ish to Buffalo, New York, and Adam Midgie lives way closer to that area than I do. Even though for me it's only like a 7 or 8 hour drive, it's still a 7 or 8 hour drive, and I didn't feel like doing that. So Adam, in his wonderful graciousness, said, yeah, I'll drive up there and grab that stuff for you. And he's going to hold on to it for me for a week. And then he's going to make a special trip down to Ohio when he has some time off, and he's going to visit the museum. He's going to bring a carload of rare NEC stuff with him. So we get to preserve that, clean it up, get the extras, because as you can see, I have space for them. I'm gonna get the extras up and running and get those back out to the community. But the most important thing of that entire haul was that the gentleman is loaning me his discs. I don't get to keep them, but I'm going to image them. I'm probably going to use applesauce to image them first so I can get raw fluxes of them, so that maybe John Kenny Morris can find some way to convert those to usable images or something later on down the road. But then also I'll probably run Dave Dunfield's disc image on it and get like full raw images of it. Oh my gosh. Speaking of Adam, and get like full Hi Adam. Of it. Oh my gosh. Where's the echo coming from? Where's the Is it Zodium? No, is it Justin?
I was gonna say, I want to say it's not me because I can hear the echo on my end.
I think it might have been Justin.
I don't know how it's me because I've got headphones on.
Then it's probably me, and it's all my fault because I'm the only one without headphones.
No, I'm without headphones too. I'm actually relying entirely on StreamYard's noise cancellation right now.
Okay. Well, it's gone now. All right. Whatever. Hi, Adam. Mute. Unmute. It's you? Well, screw you.
Oh, wow. No chill today.
Many super thanks to Adam for running up there and grabbing that stuff for me.
I fixed it. Sorry about that.
What's that?
I fixed the echo. It was me. I had my phone running your YouTube show, and I forgot it was 7 seconds delayed.
Oh, dear.
Sorry
Javier's here. Hi, Javier. How you doing, sir? But yeah, Adam went and grabbed those stuff, and I've got stuff for Adam. I just a couple weeks prior picked up an entire Apple IIgs set that came with all of the boxes, but I don't collect the boxes because, as you can see, I have space for them. So Adam gets to have the boxes, and I will keep the machines. And I have also, I'm going to let Adam take a look at this craziness that is the museum. So it'll be fun. We'll have a fun time.
Joe, I joined for I can't say super long, but I'm gonna try to put this Blue Scuzzy in this power book, according to what you said.
Yes.
And we'll see how it goes. There is a sort of like a non-conductive sheet down in here.
Yes, exactly.
So I might just work without this bracket.
Yeah, and that's what we're thinking is going to happen for most folks with that specific model. It's really when you think about it, it's really the ribbon cable. The ribbon cable's it's not very pliable. It's bent at a right angle. It's a very specific size. It's not like you can kind of move it around and get it to work.
Yeah, and this is a Blue Scuzzy versus the original hard drive. The pins are way at the bottom on the original, and they're up. They're still going to be up a little, but I think it'll work like you guys said. I'll try it right now.
Yep, cool. And we will watch you. Yeah, somebody's putting together a 3D printer. Yes, Justin. Javier just got a brand new 3D printer as well. He got like the big boy CR10S, I think it was, Javier. That does the big like 500 by 500 millimeter print size, because he's going to be printing some big stuff. Yes. Yep. There it is from the man himself who knows what he's talking about. All Apple PowerBooks seem to have paper protection between the hard drives. Yes. So the person that I was earlier saying was complaining about the his Blue SCSI PowerBook not fitting in his PowerBook was Adam. I was just being polite, not name calling him. Hi, Adam.
Yeah, well, I was all over the Blue SCSI group, like, this doesn't work. What the hell? And everybody's like, no, calm down.
Remember, if you even do so much as perceive a problem with your Blue SCSI, you can just pull out your phone, look at Discord, look at your DMs, and you'll see Eric Helgeson is typing.
Somewhere. He's like Robert Goulet in the damn Peanuts in the Peanut commercial. It's 4:30 p.m. and Robert Goulet appears to mess with your stuff.
Eric be like, I have sensed a disturbance in the Force. What's wrong?
Eric is a badass. I love him. Cool.
Eric is typing.
Now, this is a really, really, really cool order. This one is from Garrett Myers of bithistory.org. So this is going to be really nifty. If you don't know Garrett Myers, you need to go find that guy and follow his escapades. He probably, I don't know how to put it, he probably has the largest collection of Apple II stuff in the world, if I had to guess. We think that Sean Fahey of Retro Repair Roundup and Kansas Fest and all that, who does the Garage Giveaway, has a big collection. Yeah, Garrett's is gigantic. It's absolutely, like, he has like a warehouse of stuff. It's insane. So anyway. So let's build this order. This is an order for a desktop and an external kits. So
also,
I
don't have any projects to work on, so I'm going to do something that Joe says is very important.
Back up your shit?
No. Because I've been so busy, I forgot. I have a ballot to fill out.
Yes, go vote!
I just made an SD card for my Blue SCSI. I called it BS for Blue SCSI.
I've already taken advantage of early voting in Virginia.
Yes, I voted this morning as well. Mostly because I don't feel like going to the polling place on polling day because it's a zoo.
Well, thankfully in our area, like, what we can do is, like, our mail-ins, we can either mail them in or we take them by the election office and they have a drop box out front that we drop them into.
Here in Ohio, at our local election place, you just walk into the election place, you hand them your ID, they'll just pull up your ballot, print it on the spot, and say, fill it out, go over to that machine, throw it in the machine. And you can just literally vote right on the spot. So it's super awesome.
Yeah, Virginia started doing early voting, and so you can go to the registrar's office, your local registrar's office, like, starting like several weeks before the election. And the last 2 Saturdays before the election, they have hours as well. And because my polling place is on the way to work, but because of where it is, it's kind of dangerous during that time of the day, whether you're coming or going, to actually go there and cross over the highway. So I was like, I'm just going to vote early. I'll save myself the potential accident. Just go vote early.
No brackets, so no screws, no 3D.
Early voting is nice, too, because it's like that way. It's not like everybody has to vote on the same day, so it's not a total nightmare and a half.
Oh, I was the only one there when I got there, so I was in and out in like 3 minutes.
Ooh, nice.
Cool.
I just basically handed him my ID, gave him my address. She gave me the ballot in a folder to hand to the other person who double checks that they gave you the right ballot, because the county I'm in has several districts, and some of the districts have an additional office they're voting for this time around, because I think the Board of Supervisors seats are staggered as to when they elect. So they just double check they gave you the right ballot to make sure. Oh, and there's a town in our county too, which has the town offices are also up for election this year, I think. So someone double checks you got the right ballot, and they said you're good. Just I could actually probably stand up and filled it out. It was an easy ballot, and fed it in the machine and went 3 minutes done.
So super easy. Voting these days is so simple. There's no reason not to. And the only thing I can really say about it is like, how do you expect anything that you don't like to change unless you make your voice heard? And you're like, well, my one vote doesn't matter. Well, one vote multiplied times 1 million people who decide to vote for the first time does make a difference. So go out and do it. I see Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack has never voted. There is still time, sir. Please check if you're registered. Go get registered and go vote. Vote for all the local stuff. Do the whole thing. Please, please, please do it. Moving on. Back to electronics. Blue Scuzzy DB25 External. They ordered 3 of those. Yay!
Yay!
Oh my goodness gracious!
It's like,
all right. I have a fun story. So, I seem to have misplaced all my pens to fill out the ballot.
oh no.
So, I know my girlfriend loves her writing instruments, so of course she's gonna have a pen, right? I go to grab a pen out of like the cup on her desk, pull the cap off, and it's a friggin' fountain pen. I'm like, what the heck? And she's like, oh yeah, there's normal pens in there, just keep trying. I'm like, a fountain pen.
That's still freaking awesome, I think.
That's awesome. I'm just like, I did not expect to see this here.
Diodes.
Oh, that's what that meant. Okay. Please wait while I remove a part that I put on backwards because I wasn't paying enough attention.
Did you get it fit, Adam?
It appears that I did.
Yay! See, everybody?
Yay.
And now we know why you're on
clearance
sale on my website. Because we figured it out.
Yeah, there's basically 0 clearance against the edge of the case here, but it looks like it's going to work.
Yeah, it's going to be tight in there. Make sure that you put the little pin cap on the programming pins on the far right side of that, so that they don't touch the outer casing and short.
Okay, yeah, that's on there.
3 diodes, 3 DB25s.
So does the bracket work on the PowerBook 100? Do we know that?
I don't know, Eric, does it? I have literally no PowerBooks with internal SCSI. I have no ability to test any of them.
Okay.
So that's why I've been leaning a lot on the others in the community to do the testing for me, because I literally can't. I took apart my 1900 CS. I'm like, oh, I'm going to install this drive. And I'm like, that's IDE. That's not going to work.
Womp womp. Now the 2300 shipped as a whole computer with IDE, but it actually does have a SCSI bus inside.
Yes.
But I don't think it includes the right cable if you have a full computer. I remember how this went back together. I took it apart last week.
3 Blue SCSI stickers, 1 for each Blue SCSI.
Okay. Off topic, but without going into too much detail here, I've got to say, this is literally the easiest ballot I've ever filled out in my life. Voting is easy. You should do it.
Yes.
Yeah, my Pennsylvania one only had like 4 things going on this election.
Yeah.
It took 2 seconds to fill it out.
And the other thing too is folks are like, well, I only vote in the presidential elections and blah 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 blah. And no, you need to vote in every single one of them, because
we had governor up
local
this time.
stuff is important too. It really is.
Yeah, we have governor and senator, 2 of them, and those to me are very important.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because something to consider too is like the president is only as good as Congress and Senate. So I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
you need to vote in the midterms
one way, and the rest of it the other way, for whatever reason. And then they have problems compromising, meeting in the middle, and trying to figure stuff out because the spread is too wide.
Yeah,
and then nothing gets
4 years.
So, yeah. You do not need more instructions because you already have some. Good. Okay. I'm going to go back to 4x4 layout here because he got it to fit, so we got that to be seen. Yay! So all of this gets dumped in here.
There's 4 circuit boards inside this little power book. 5 circuit boards.
I missed that?
6. There's 6 PCBs inside this power book.
Yeah.
And not including the blue SCSI.
It's like who designed it? Like the people who designed Sony cameras?
Yeah. Actually, Sony
have you ever taken one of those apart? That's a nightmare. It's like there's more ribbon cable than there is electronics.
What LTT did a video a couple weeks ago, and I was watching this entire video thinking, why didn't you just send it to the manufacturer for repair? Because he kept complaining about how difficult it was to repair this digital camera, and I'm like, yeah. Seems like this was a good time for you to just send it back to the manufacturer if you were just going to complain how hard it was.
Yeah, I don't think stuff like that's really designed to be fixed.
I mean, I think they did finally fix it, but the kicker was, I think they still had to send it back to the manufacturer after they replaced whatever they were replacing to calibrate it. Because they replaced the board and it had a color shift, because the one thing they couldn't do, because they don't have the software to do it, was to match the part they replaced to the camera.
Oh, wow.
And load the calibration data. So I think they still had to send it back to the manufacturer.
The 2C monitor kind of sucks disassembled. Yes! Ask me how I know that.
Oh, yeah.
Ask Javier how he knows that.
There's also 2 versions of it. There's a Japanese and a Korean version. And they have completely different parts inside.
Yep.
Ask me how I know that. I went through 3 of them before. I found one with front tabs on the CRT, so I could fit it into the Mac.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all for being able to repair things, but the level of complaining in this video about how tough it was to repair, because this is a camera that you're supposed to be able to hold, so it's not like they can make things big in it.
True.
That was kind of a bit excessive, the level of complaining in the video.
Oh, it's my channel. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I took the...
like the segue to their sponsor!
I took apart an Apple Watch. If you ever take apart an Apple Watch, they'll never complain about anything else being too small ever again.
Yeah. The AirPods? Oh, man. Try replacing the batteries in those.
I just got a pair of those. I will never open those ever.
I watched this video because I wanted to see if they actually could repair it, but at one point I was just thinking, why haven't you tried kicking it off the table?
I just heard something that sounds like dog getting into things. I was like, oh.
I'm going to put a number in the chat. This is what we call a rounding error. That is the calculated weight of this order that I've been It just calculated it with like all those freaking zeros on it.
Oh, well, that's good. So it's 6.4.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble getting this PowerBook to go back together.
On the one hand, I don't think the Postal Service has scales that are that accurate. On the other hand, I could see them having scales even more accurate because they want to try to maximize the chance they can stamp it postage due and make you pay more.
So every order that I send out, I always round it up to the next full ounce when I create my label. so that I'll never get charged for.
I always worry that the label itself is going to put it over. So yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah, I just
So
kind of
like
up a little bit, and that way I don't have to worry about it. And my system already adds a little bit of extra to account for the cost of the bubble wrap and the tape and all of that stuff. So yeah, it tends to work out for me.
So what sucks on my end with USPS orders, at least, is it used to be that we could actually hand off our USPS packages to the local UPS office because they had a contract with our local post office to just handle package intake for them. And that was easy because once it's in the postman's hands, they don't care. Like if the weight's a little off, which I've had it happen before, they don't care once it's in the system at that point.
Oh, yeah.
People in the chain are not paid enough to care. However, they ended that, so now you have to actually take it, like bigger packages have to go directly to the UPS or USPS front desk, and they will just inspect that package like no tomorrow. And it's really, really nerve-wracking because I do everything through pirate ship, so I'm just like, oh god, what if they find an issue with the label because I bought it through, not them. And they've actually done that before. They'll be like, well, the weight is like whatever the smallest unit of measurement you can think of in that. It's like that little bit off. I'm like, really? So then at that point, I just have them come pick it up at my house, and then it just sends no issue. I've actually had them give me issues for overestimating on weight, which is like, why? You guys are getting more money. But I digress.
Yeah, I recently started using Pirate Ship. It's great.
Oh yeah. So what's also kind of funny is it's a testament to kind of how far the USPS has fallen as of recent. It's actually cheaper for me to ship larger things over UPS simple rate than it is to even think about using USPS. Like, I had to ship like a couple laptops to a friend of mine, and via simple rate, it was like $27, whereas USPS I think would have wanted like closer to $50 for it. It's like it's ridiculous how expensive USPS has come. Actually, no, I was shipping some stuff to DOS Dude 1 actually with a smart. What am I saying? With a small flat rate box. It's $10 retail for a small flat rate box now.
Yes.
Like, it's ridiculous.
The USPS right now is in holiday mode, so they added like an extra 20%.
I think it was only 40 cents extra from what I saw, so it went from 10 to 10.40.
Yeah, I orders that I used to be able to send out for about $381, $382, are now costing me like $465. I send most of my stuff first class, just because it's cheaper. My website gives the customer the option, so I should say the customers choose first class. And it saves them several dollars. And it only takes about an extra day to get there. So, but
from your place to my place, it usually gets there in either 1 or 2 days.
Yeah,
on US mail because you're only one state away.
Yep, and so it just works that way. I don't know how long it takes to get over to like Cali, but I
a lot of chips and small parts with just first class mail, and from California, it's usually like 2-3 days. 4 would be like awful.
I have had a couple of problems with first class mail in receiving products from vendors, and where some orders just they got literally lost in first class mail. They just got lost for like 3 weeks and then showed up. So from vendors, I've been tending to not have anything shipped via US mail at all. I don't know why they lose that. I've never had anybody complain to me that they didn't get their product, other than a couple times when people complain and like, where's my product? I'm like, 1, you ordered it yesterday. 2, it's Tuesday. I ship on Saturday. So
yeah, hold your horses, Buster.
Chill. I'll get it. It even says on my website and at the bottom of your order that I ship on the weekend. So I love you all. I love everybody who has ordered from me, but I have a day job.
So, when I sell things, I try to sell them so that the day I can ship kind of aligns with where I think it's going to sell.
Look at you being smart.
I don't have to. Well, like you can't do it like you have a website where anybody can just.
I'll just turn the website off on every day but Saturday. I can
what
do that.
are you? What are you, a government service?
Yeah.
My favorite thing is every time somebody asks about one of your keyboard encoders, invariably somebody will respond with a link to your site and to the wrong one.
Yeah, I know. They'll ask about the MM and they'll send a link to the Universal. Yeah.
Yeah, or the other way around too. I've seen.
Yeah,
and I'm
it's
like,
just
come on, send the right one.
Read it, like it says in the description in the first 2 lines what it's for.
So I put some tape over the back of the ribbon cable so it won't bump into that if Loose Guzzy decides to go for a walk.
Yeah.
And that seems to fit okay.
Yay! So
Now if I can just get the power book together.
How many desktops do I have to build? 1, 2.
There's a battery in here I should probably do something with.
3. I have 3 desktops to build, so let's build those. Need to turn on my soldering iron and get all the flammable stuff out of the way. All the instructions go over here because they're flammable. If Ron is still in the chat, the SE30 is still running, buddy. I fixed it. You owe me $20. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You owe me $50. Anyway, let's build some Boo Scuzzies. Let's do this.
What if he has you replace the RAM sockets, then it'd be like $400.
Yeah, there you go. I'll let him do that work himself. Unless he explicitly wants me to do it.
When I built
that's like hours of work.
I built the SC Reloaded board and I wanted to use all original parts as much as I could, but I caved and just put new RAM sockets in because I was not going to desolder those.
Yeah. I need to build an SE30 Reloaded as well. I've got the SE30 in my Pumpkintosh is a board that I repaired, and it looks nasty. And if you get the red SE Reloaded, it's got that warm color that goes with the Pumpkintosh theme. So
I was going to put the red SE in my Pumpkintosh, but I decided once I got those working SE30 boards, I'm like, now I want SE30. So that seems like it's good.
Camera in focus. Camera in focus. Camera in focus.
I'm just going to put 1 screw in this because I want to test first.
Here we go. Camera's in focus. Then I focus my eyepieces to match the camera. So we're looking at the same thing. There we go. Woo!
Yeah. I love videos where people are repairing something and then they screw in all 887 screws and then they're like, oh, I forgot to put this in.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, we had a name for that in the repair shop. We called it side panel syndrome.
Yeah.
You put the whole thing together and put the side panel on, and then they realize you A, forgot something, or B, didn't test it before turning it on, and it still didn't work.
Whoopsie.
The other safe mode syndrome, where you go to boot to safe mode, somebody walks up and asks you a question, and you miss the prompt, and you had to do it over again.
So I thought this 165 was no good. And I have to thank Ron again for pointing out that I had the wrong power supply.
Ron is an awesome dude. Don't let him hear me say that. He'll, his ego will just run with it.
All right, Ron. Okay, so power. So I think I'll try to power this power book on.
Oops.
Well, nothing.
It's like the opposite of a power book is a dead book.
Did I forget something? Maybe. Is this power strip not have power? I must have forgot to hook something up. Try again.
Try again. You suck again! I don't remember what that's from. It's some movie. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I wonder where my glove will go. Good soldering. Thanks, Bob. I try. I get better every time I do it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Bob knows. Bob's an old salt. He's been doing stuff like this before I was born.
Other sounds.
Bob is one of my compatriots. He's the one who designs and does the light sound card for the 2GS. He builds them all up and ships them to me, and then I sell them to people. So if you got one of those and you like that your 2GS now has stereo sound, thank Bob, because he did all the work. All I do is put it in little baggies and send it out.
Well, my computer turns on, but Blue SCSI doesn't boot.
Well, you did something wrong.
I know. Now I have to figure out what.
It's definitely not me or anything I did because I manufactured it.
Well, you said because you assembled this, you said you were able to test it, right?
Yes, I assemble it, and I've got an adapter that allows me to hook it up to the Blueberry Tosh over here, and I actually boot to an image from it to make sure that it boots all the way up and works.
Okay. It may be the disk image I have on there, or it might be the way the card's formatted. I should probably try it with a try the image with a known working Blue SCSI first.
Yeah. And of course, that's the downside. The only downside with my PowerBook Blue SCSIs is that because I don't have an actual machine to test it in, I can't do like a full. Yes, it does 100% work in a PowerBook. But that said, I sent one to Ron and he tested it in 3 different PowerBooks and it worked in all 3 of his. So I'm doing something correct, I think. I hope. It's not like you can really get it wrong. I mean, most of it's pre-populated from the factory because we have them pre-built because of all the tiny little surface mount stuff. So.
I was wondering about that. Why does it have a zillion little surface mount resistors instead of just 4 resistor nets like the other ones?
That's a very interesting question. They don't make resistor nets in the right quantities and capabilities to do that with small surface mount resistor nets. That's the main thing. So it was designed with straight through resistors. It also fits the format better. If you use the stand-up resistor nets, I believe there was some concern of clearance issues, although Androda's version works fine with stand-up resistor nets, I think. So it's like, I didn't design it, so, I only have kind of like telephone game, how can I say, explanations of the what, why, when, where, how.
Okay. Well, I don't mind that it's like that. I try to stay
out of that part of it, to be honest, because when you start asking me to design stuff, I start like putting my 2 cents worth into it, and my idea of designing things is way different from the way people normally actually do things, and I just end up being a pain in the ass, so I just stay out of it.
I don't mind that it's like that. I'm just it takes away the self-build ability for a lot of people. It does.
Yeah, but the only thing you're missing in the self-build is that surface mount stuff. You can, if you buy it, buy the kit, you can still put the Blue SCSI in there. You still solder in the header yourself and all of that stuff. and we were able to work it to manage it so that even though it's pre-assembled to some degree, the kit price is still the same. So it kind of works out. There you go. There's Eric's answer. He just wanted it to be easy.
Okay, that's all. That's all good.
And it makes sense too when we think about it. If we can have them just pre-assembled to some extent, it decreases the overhead for us builders as well. So yeah, having it pick and placed with how can we put it? Pick and place with surface mount stuff is way cheaper than having it through-holed and having through-hole manufactured by the factory as well. So, yeah.
Okay.
Much cheaper to have a robot put it on there, and then you just run it through a hot plate machine, a reflow oven, and it's done. All the goopy flux off there, so it doesn't interfere with the cards when people plug in their cards.
How did I do that? I just tried to put a blue SCSI or put an SD card in my external blue SCSI, and it fell into the case.
Bye, Javier. You lost your. You lost your. Oh my gosh! It's a super sticker. MacFX is here. Hi. Woo. Bye, Javier. I think I like to buy a blue SCSI, Joe. JCM-1.com.
Was that an actual clip you have? Because I completely missed it.
Oh no. It's just face cam. I have can I like move the cameras around to show you how I do the things? So like if I put this here and do this and zoom in like that and then go to that, I've got this old iPhones here set up to do different scenes. So I can turn the URL on and off. So if I go to Facecam, which is the only place that has that, and press that button, it just turns it on and off. That's it. So like I can mute myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
See, so I can control all that, so I don't have to do.
You are missing a very critical button in there. The sensor button.
The what?
You need okay. So just
a sensor button. I press it, goes beep.
Yes, you need that just for giggles.
No, what I really want, I want a button here too that plays the DJ horn. So I can just press the button and annoy the crap out of everybody. That would be fine.
So somebody like showed me, even though this was like the kind of thing I should have seen because I like being, I guess, what we call an elder millennial now. But somebody showed me unnecessary censorship on YouTube, and it's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
Oh, I've seen that too, where they just take words that start and end with the correct letter, and then they beep them. Yeah.
Yep, they beep them, and it sounds so much worse, even though it's totally innocent.
Yeah. I have some requests for a clip, so I'm going to play it. Stand by.
Of course you did.
Not a beep button, a woot button. There you go. That's yes. Yes, I just press it and it goes, whoop!
Think of it, bleep.
So it's funny. I think I may have said this on Dave's stream last weekend. So, of course, the thingamaboob thing was when Miss Fox was on, Macintosh Librarian. And I'm like, there's a lady in the chat, and I say a kind of potentially... I mean, it's really not misogynistic, but it's kind of not appropriate, right? While the lady is in the chat there, and of course, so it's like whatever. So that's became the thing. But everybody's like, you need to make a thingamaboob shirt. I'm like, okay, so I make one. Nobody doesn't buy. No, it doesn't sell at all. And then I get a random sale. Guess who it is? Guess who bought my first thingamaboob shirt?
Kate Fox.
Kate Fox. She owns the only one in the world. Isn't that freaking awesome? I love it.
Okay, honestly, like, I mean,
odd brand, isn't it?
obviously I can't pretend to like know her personally or anything, but she seems like the kind of person who would take that foot and mouth moment in stride. Like,
yes,
she'd be totally okay with it.
So, I think that I think that just says that we're good now and we're on even footing, and we can forget that little stupid gaffe of mine ever happened, except every time that I play that because people ask me to.
Wait, have you seriously thought that she like was mad at you for that or something?
No, not that she was mad. It's kind of inappropriate to like use a random word with the word boob in it when there's a lady in the chat. It just, especially when the rest of the panel is a whole bunch of white middle-aged men. There's the potential to think that I was being some sort of misogynistic ass.
I get you.
Right? And so I didn't want that, but it just kind of like, because my brain just does dumb crap. So, yeah. Anyway.
I have been on the wrong side of that, so I completely understand, because like there was one time where I was playing an online game with some friends in like a community and such.
Yeah.
And there was somebody on the opposing team who was being very bad-mannered. Mm-hmm. So, of course, I picked off my list of insults something that is very not family friendly, so I'm not going to say it, but let's just say it could probably be perceived as misogynistic in the right light. And unfortunately, I happen to be with a bunch of people who did perceive it in the right light. So they're like, why do you hate women so much? And I basically got thrown out of that community because of it. And I was like, I just pulled that off my list of insults. I didn't even know the person that I was insulting was a woman. I never knew. I had no way of knowing.
Yeah.
Like, because it turns out, because this was like a tactical game of some sort. I'm being very vague for a good reason here.
Sure.
Turns out, her brother was on our team, completely telling her what we were doing.
Wow.
So he was the one who was like, "You're being a misogynist," and turned everybody against me. That was like many, 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 many years ago, though. So it's like, I get like having one of those moments where it's like,
yeah, just your brain, and it depends. There's a certain age factor too. Like, I'm of that age where I was born in 1980. When certain terminology like that was still, or certain attitudes were still considered normal and or acceptable. But then the 90s came and then all that went out the window.
Yeah.
Right. And so like, I should know better, but every once in a while, the dumb Midwestern will just come out. And I'm like, I'm not that way. That's not how I am. I'm not that kind of person. And, it bothers me when that happens.
So this also reminds me of something I was told yesterday. So, I'm sure a number of us have seen the old, the very well-known advertisement for Big Bill Hell's cars, right? Because I thought for a long time that video was just some advertising company having a little bit of fun back in the 80s, and they put it onto a tape, played it back for their coworkers and such, and we're just like, look at this, look what we could do if we were truly unhinged in our advertising. But then apparently, from what I was told, it was actually aired in Baltimore at like 2:00 in the morning. I might add.
What was this again?
Big Bill Hells. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna post it in the private chat because it is very, very much not family friendly. Yeah, but
we'll just leave it at that. We don't need it on my monetized channel. Thank you.
No. I was putting it in the private chat.
Yes. Not
the general chat. But it's basically just a really in your face ad for and apparently it was actually run at like 2 a.m. in Baltimore. And what's funny is, from what I was told, product of the times, I guess, I was told, yeah, well, in the 80s, keep in mind, there was a lot less regulation on what you could and could not say on broadcast television.
Hey, Joe, look.
Hey, what, me? Hey, look, at Boots! Yay!
Yeah, I imaged that SD card bad, so this one's
cool.
fine.
Well, there you go.
Yay.
So, Blue Scuzzy power books on jcm-1.com. Get them before they run out. But in all reality, I have 200 boards, so buy it.
But yes, I put it in the private chat so all of you can watch it at your leisure because it is beautiful. And maybe Joe can make an ad like that, but a little more family friendly, obviously.
Yeah, no. Now I have to check this. I have to go see what this is.
Now this says it's charging the battery. There is no battery. So what is it talking about?
Watch as we just hear it blast over Joe's like streams. Like, oh no, Joe!
Oh really?
Yeah. I told. It does not even give you a second of warning before it just kicks in.
I don't think I want to look at that. Let's see, Tattletech.
That's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh,
I refuse. Okay, even though I was told otherwise, I refuse to believe that it actually ran as an ad.
It
on
almost
TV.
sounds like it's like a Saturday Night Live skit or something, but it's even too raunchy for that.
Oh man.
So this PowerBook is ridiculous, but it's still faster than an SE30.
Hey, whatever works, man.
Oh boy, Joe. MacFX is cracking the whip on you.
What? Where? What? I'm missing something. What? I just ordered 2 Blue Scuzzies. Get to work. Clicks on button. Hits refresh. Yep. There they are 2 minutes ago. Yay. Awesome.
Poor Joe.
So you get a lot of orders on streams. Like when you were showing off the PowerBook thing, that's when I bought it. It's like, okay, build one now.
Yeah. That was a crazy weekend. I don't know what it was with that week. I think it may have been because it was the end of the month or something. I had 22 orders to kick out that day. It was insane. That was just an absolutely crazy week.
I'm pretty sure
this
I
week's
have the
more
one that
normal.
you
It's
built.
more like 12.
I think I have the one you built on the stream.
Yes, you have serial number 1. If I were to serialize them.
I also have your video adapter. I have the one that you built on the stream too.
Yes, the one with the backwards resistor that you give me shit about every single time, right?
I think it's hilarious. I can identify it in the annals of history. Be like, well, how do you know this is the one? Well, watch the video, see how it's backwards.
I have irrefutable proof.
Yeah, and I have a case for it now, which is great.
Yes. I just printed one for our friend Mac84 because he just ordered one of those units.
It's a very handy thing for me. It's funny because you made it for the Apple III, but I don't even own an Apple III, but I use it constantly for Apple II stuff.
Yes,
I just sourced another RGB card that uses that signal from Tony Bogan, I think.
Yeah.
He found 4 of them in a box. He's like, oh.
That's cool.
So I could find 4
when they designed the Apple III, they basically took the Video 7. I think it's Video 7. They took the Video 7 RGB format and just used the same format because there were already monitors out there that did it.
Yeah, the Apple card is just an OEM Video 7 card.
Yeah.
So this PowerBook uses pretty much all the same Torx screws.
My phone just went ding. Where is my phone? Oh my god, where's my cell phone? It's gone. It's freaking gone. Here it is. I found it.
Oh, good.
Oh dear.
That is my notification that my tea is ready. I'm going to run up and grab my afternoon snack, and you guys can chat amongst yourselves. I'm going to see if I can do. Will this button work?
It worked.
Yeah. Maybe I can take this battery door cover, since I have no battery, and put an SD card slot in it, and then I can change the SD card slot inside this PowerBook.
Ooh, that would be cool. Neat that you mentioned that. I believe Ron is actually working on redesigning those covers specifically for that kind of situation. Also, because people lose them all the time and they don't exist.
Yeah. I actually have the back door to this, but I removed it and put it away because I know I'll just break it if I'm.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right, cool. So Justin, you're building a 3D printer, right?
Yep.
I want your review of that when you're done because I want to buy one and I'm undecided on which one to get.
All right, I will let you know.
I just bought a microscope, so my fooling around money is used up for this month, but I'm thinking maybe next month if I can sell this extra Apple IIe I've got, I can use that money to buy a 3D printer.
I really want to buy a 3D printer, but then again, my friend who's very local to me is like, yeah, if you need to 3D print anything, let me know and I can just have my shop do it.
Well, I was actually having Joe print a bunch of stuff for me, which is very convenient. And problem is, I had a part where it was not apparent the exact sizing, and the going back and forth through the mail was just becoming tiresome. So I thought, well, maybe I should just buy my own to try to do that project.
I really would like to buy my own just to like prototype things. I really would one of these days like to learn how to like make my own things, but that also sounds like a lot of work I don't want to do.
Well, there's a part I need for a project it's designed to do exactly what I want it to do, but it's not quite right. It's like 3 millimeters off, and it's too hard to guess and then send him the thing. Let's see if this works.
Do tea and scones. 3 o'clock every Saturday.
So Joe, when you said I know where you live, it very much reminded me of this. And don't worry, this one is actually family friendly, but
that's boring. Go ahead.
Well, okay, since you said it that way. But I put it in the private chat.
What is this?
I like this thing. The PowerBook adapter is larger than the Blue SCSI.
Yeah, I know, right? What is this? Where'd you find that?
Do you know who Regular Car Reviews is?
Kind of tangentially, yeah.
It's from them. I'm not sure what video the joke came from, but I saw them like promoting this stuff, and I was just like, "Oh my god, that's hilarious!"
That's funny.
Now it doesn't work. There may be other problems with this PowerBook.
I'll put that in the regular comments. That's funny. Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Word to the wise: don't buy a used 3D printer.
I would never think of doing that.
Used.
Oh, hey, it's Steve.
Steve is here. Hi, Steve.
Please order 10 more Blue SCSIs from Joe. He needs the business.
It'll help him clear up some space.
You, Steve. See.
What are those?
Look like brackets to hold in a 7100 power supply.
They are CD-ROM brackets for a specific HP Vectra or something. Yeah, no. He's like, Joe, if I buy stuff, can you print those and send them to me? I'm like, dude, that's me. Just tell me what you want.
Print it. Now, this PowerBook is being dumb. I don't think it's the Blue SCSI's fault.
Yay! It's not the Blue SCSI's fault. I'm vindicated.
It's the capacitors from 1989 that are still in here.
You haven't recapped it yet? What's wrong with you? Oh wait, it's a
Oh,
power book. Got it.
no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to send it to you, Joe, and you can do it for me.
No, denied.
Will you recap my
Job
165
denied.
and my 100 and my 100 if you can keep a 100?
What?
I'll do like I did
I
with
didn't
Steve.
hear
I'll send you 3, and you're only going to send me back 2.
But the 2 I send you back have to work, and if the third one doesn't work, then crapshoot, right?
No, I just need 1 back. The thing is, I know this 165 works. Well, the power
I
books
can
are so
only
easy.
imagine they're like the Mac Portable, which is like pulling your own teeth with a.
Ah! Sorry, that's what it's decided to do now.
Bad caps. 100%.
Yeah, thing is, I know the logic's good on it, so I just need to recap. These old power books are actually really easy to take apart. It's like 4 screws to take the whole thing, open the whole thing, and then like each little motherboard in there, there's like 6 of them, are just held in with a few Torx screws. It's all on interconnect thingies. So yeah,
They're similar to like the 1900s.
Yeah, it's the 1900s are actually more complicated.
Oh.
I'm gonna change back to my other camera, so I gotta get out of here in a minute.
Get this wonderful print shop mug from jcm-1.com, which is right there on my scroller.
I would show my sticker, but it's not very family friend. The family friend. Good God, my brain has just had a head crash.
I always like this. It says Apple and IBM on the same sticker.
Mm-hmm. IBM Desk Star, also known as a Death Star.
It doesn't say that, but it does say made in Japan. So all the best stuff's made in Japan.
Except IBM Desk Stars.
Back in the day, we had a rash of those. Oh, I have this cool story. Did I post a picture of it? I thought I was going to. Maybe I didn't. So my day job, managed service provider. We manage people's IT networks and stuff. But way, way back in the day, for all that, we were a computer repair thing. Justin and Zodium, can you do something on your screen that makes it look like you're still there because people say that they're frozen? Anyway.
Well, I mean, I am for good reason because okay. I can just I can blank boop 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 boop.
That's fine. So anyway, but back in the day, we were a computer repair shop, and we sold computers and all that stuff. And from late 1999 until maybe 2002 and or 3, somewhere in there, I built every computer we sold. And you don't see that mug on my website. Well, I'll get you a link. Anyway, so I decided to actually go in the office yesterday. Yesterday was Friday, right? I went into the office, and I'm not in there often anymore. I'm usually sitting right here doing my job. But I decided to go in, and right as I had got in the office in the afternoon, a person had dropped off a couple of old computers for us to recycle. And one of them, let it go, get that crap off my stream. Anyway, they had dropped off one of the old computers that I had built back in 2000. Wow. And it was like, wow, this is 22 years old. Still works. That one did not get recycled. That one got put in my office for me to play with later. But cool thing.
Adams.
I don't know where I was going with that story. I just thought it was interesting. Apple service, real Apple service parts. Look at that.
Oh boy. Adam's PowerBook Fun stuff has reminded me that
oh, that's what I was doing. I was looking
that I have to recap a PowerBook 1400 at some point. Also, Adam, you are still muted, by the way.
Here.
Sorry. Okay. So yeah, PowerBook 100 SCSI cable service part, but it doesn't have a pin knocked out, so I'm not sure how it would line up on. I guess I can just compare it to
Drake
the real hard drive.
Stream's over.
Drake's here! Hi, Drake. Yeah, see, here's the joke, Bob, with the two mugs are thinking, because it's a coffee mug and you need coffee to think. So I went with the thinking thing. Printing just didn't seem like it fit correctly. And then the other one is drinking, because, I mean, like, that's the joke, right? My favorite of all of them is the hat that has thinking on it. It's a thinking cap. That doesn't look like that even fits in there.
Where?
It's like it's flopping up.
Well, it's
like it's too thick.
It's hooked to the end, like it should be, with the protective foil, and then the foil is popping up. There's foil, and then there's the cables inside there.
Gotcha.
Looks right. I'm gonna put the whole drive in my Apple service bag. There was some guy on eBay a couple of weeks ago who had just dozens of auctions for original Apple service parts. I guess he found a box of them somewhere. I didn't buy any of the electronic ones because they're probably bad. But cables, I got cables. I got stuff like brand new PowerBook feet.
Yep.
And I got some LS00s to fix my Apple II. And I got this thing from some place called jcm1.com.
I wonder what website that is.
It has cool things in it. Look, there's a little apple.
I need to print more of those. If anybody has ordered something from me and they're missing the little apple, it's because I ran out. My printer's been busy doing other things.
It's got a case for a thing.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
How does this work? I got
That's
the thing right
looks
here.
Like when it's assembled, just like that. And now mine has a J on it, so I know which one's mine. My test unit.
So there's screws in here.
Yep. There should be little black nylon nuts.
Yeah, one of them
has Bronze SE30 yet to crash? Nope. The SE30 is still running perfectly fine. No problems. Give me all the apples. Steve, I have an apple for you. It's faded. It's connected to yellow plastic, and it says Image Writer 2 on it. You can have that one.
Oh, dear.
This is serial number 2.
Number 2, yep. Because that right there is serial number 1. Yep. Or 0.
Okay, so
well, technically, serial 0 is that.
Oh, yeah.
My test jig. Okay, back to work. Drake, I was taking my coffee break. Mad Steve. No! Steve, you realize if you ever come to visit, you are leaving with at least one image writer. Those are the conditions. Those are the conditions of the visit.
It's just sandwiches in there. The PC just sandwiches in between like that. Okay, cool.
Yep. I thought of a lot of different ways to design that, and my dumb monkey brain doesn't do like weird surrounded doodle, clip-a-doodle stuff very well. So I'm like, yes, sir, smiley face. So I decided that way to use through holes and whatever, and have it match the outside frame of the PCB. Because the real idea there is really just to protect the PCB from like touching metal and shorting. So that's why I designed it that way. I'll let smarter people do like really cool designs, like the Blue Scuzzy design that was done by Kay Koba, which is a freaking masterpiece, a masterclass in 3D design. Yeah. Absolutely schmick design on that.
And I forgot, what are these little blue things for? Is that for the PowerBook?
Yes. So under certain circumstances, the PowerBooks, ones like your PowerBook that are different, it'll actually fit in there. There's no screws to hold the bracket in place. It's held in via friction, right? Just fitting in there. So there's little things go in the little holes on the top of the bracket to push it down, to hold it in place.
Oh, okay.
And they're trim because they're just little sticks of plastic. You can just trim them until they fit. Yeah. I suspect most people will probably just use the Velcro I send and just be like, and be done with it. So stickers. Oh, what am I doing? I forgot. I am building blue scuzzies. That's right.
Well, Joe, thanks for letting me come and join for a while. I just wanted to see. I wanted to get that PowerBook issue solved, and you helped me. So,
anytime, man. You are always welcome on the stream, sir.
Thank you. I will probably see you tomorrow on Dave's stream.
Yep. We'll probably all be there.
All right. You guys all have a good one.
See you, Adam.
Bye.
See you, Adam.
Cool.
All right.
Hey, Steve, what you doing? You want to be on the stream?
No, you might tempt me into more image writers. Go away, Joe.
Yeah. Building all the blue scuzzies. He said, I didn't say that. Seriously, I did. I acquired an image writer with this 2GS I picked up, and it's like, I don't need it. I don't have room for it. It's just going to sit here and take up space and never get used. I have exactly 2 image writers, and they're the 2 that I want. One is a platinum with a local talk card installed, and the other one is a Snow White designed for use with an Apple II. And that's it. I don't need any more image writers. I actually have an image writer 1 as well.
Well, Joe, you just need to figure out the right image writer to tempt Steve with.
Yeah.
You need one of the wide format ones.
Yeah, there you go. Do you want a laser? Do you want an original personal laser writer? I have it. It's here. It's in parts because all the capacitors exploded and it doesn't turn on. But you can have it.
Hey, so
okay,
Steve, if you join up, you and Joe could have competition advertising where both of you battle it out to see who could plug their respective thing more.
What does Steve have to plug?
Arrow of Time.
Ah, that's right. I didn't mean that in an insulting way. My brain was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't worry. It's in my brain. It's kind of like
if somebody has the link
practice
to her,
joke. What?
No, I was just going to say if somebody has the link to Allison's on me or whatever and want to drop it in there, I'll promote it.
But no, like my little neurodivergent brain is already like having a time because right after Steve and Allison put that out, one of my favorite bands is like, by the way, we're releasing our new album called Time's Arrow. And I'm like, what?
Wait, Star Trek themed?
No. I don't,
oh, man. I know what reference that is, and now I'm sad.
Oh. Yeah, Joe and I are having a sad
show.
Steve got the link.
It's got like a whole bunch of Facebook ID crap on it. You can't paste that in there. You got to get all that crap off.
He just did, and he just did. He don't care.
Paste this. Get rid of that entire like Facebook thing. Like, and now I've got to like paste it in there, and then go to the website, and then get rid of the Facebook ID and delete it, and go to the website again, and then Control A and Control X and close this and undo that and type that and hit enter.
Holy crap, Joe!
And click that. We don't need Facebook tracking people's links.
Yeah.
Ain't got no time for that.
Although there's someone from Facebook secretly watching the stream probably going, hey, what does he know? They're probably tracking it anyways.
You know, if I didn't have message threads I need to keep up on, I would probably just like delete Facebook entirely, even though I know you cannot truly delete Facebook.
Oh, guys, look at this. It's frozen.
Oh, no.
It only took 2.5 hours, but it still froze. Nice. Interesting indeed. Cool. So let's.
Yeah, that sounds like me in the LC where I put the Apple IIe card back in it and like, yeah, it's running great. Don't know why I was having so much trouble. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to pull this video capture card out of my PC because I'm tired of it bug checking the system every other time it goes to sleep. And the moment I unplugged the video cable from my PC, bong, bong, my LC went into a boot loop. I'm like, I think I figured out what's wrong with it. Something seems to be weird with the video. I don't think it should go into a reboot loop if you unplug the video. Uh-oh.
Hear that?
Oh no. What have you done?
Reset and crash.
Uh-oh.
So,
what is going on with the screen?
why is the snooper still on the screen?
Because this is just in the video buffer, right? When I hit reset, the system is crashing before it clears the screen.
Wow.
I have another board that was doing that exact same thing. Literally this exact same problem. This one.
Wow.
And what it was one of the lines from the glue chip was messed up.
Oh dear.
This is a very, 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 very early crash failure. This is like crashing before like the basic tests run. This is crashing during the entire like memory mapping process, like insanely early. Because when you go through the when you read through the ROM code, yes, I'm a masochist. I did that. You can see that it does a certain series of tests before it actually starts testing the hardware. And the video initialization is before the hardware tests. It'll initialize the video, then do the RAM test first, then some of the other stuff, right? So if it's crashing before all of that, like it's literal, like raw, low level, it's literally like a bus crash. Like I can't get to the ROM. I can't remap the ROM's memory space. I can't do this and that and the other. So we need to look really, really, really closely around the glue chip. And see if it's got like an insanely marginal trace. That's my guess. Or it's possible the glue chip's just bad. And it just gets hot and fails. Because this only fails after running for a really long time, according to Ron. Or in his case, 5 minutes. But in my case, apparently 2.5 hours. So there you go. I'll bet you if I turn it off and wait 10 minutes and turn it back on, it'll boot.
That doesn't bode well for the glue chip.
I have another theory. You just wait. I'm looking for something. Stand by. But I do have a theory. I thought you might.
Did Joe get one of those cool thermal camera adapter doodles?
I was gonna say,
watch this.
Jeremy might be onto something there. Yep, that's exactly what I was going to suggest.
Freeze the glue chip, cool it down, hit reset. Nope. CPU. Nope. SCSI chip. Nope. FPU.
What the? This is very interesting.
Nope. I'm going to power cycle it. Nope. Now I'm going to fiddle with RAM sockets. I'm going to pull all these forward.
What if you power it down for like 30 seconds?
I pulled the RAM forward and it's fine.
Oh, a RAM socket.
So it's probably just the RAM sockets being dumb. I'm
Maybe
going to very slowly release the pressure and just see if it stays running. It's possible they heated up and just slightly went, even though I've got crap jammed in here to hold them in place. Yeah, it's just some RAM sockets.
Okay. Nothing
those
major,
are-
then.
Well, those are relatively easy to fix. I mean,
I just
relative
think-
to a glue chip, repairing a glue chip.
Boom.
I just still am like floored at what happened with my SC30 and like Joe just finding it completely on a fluke.
Let's
Because that was so hard to spot, like really.
different test. I need a mouse pad thing because I don't have something to roll my mouse on over here. Stand by. How about this big, heavy JLC PCB box? Sure, it works for me. Cool. So I'm going to go into my tools. Go into tools, Diag Tools, and we're going to run Apple Diagnostics because the Apple RAM diagnostics actually function correctly. I believe the Apple diagnostics are able to test high RAM, even in 24-bit mode, because it's Apple and they knew how to like do things with the kernel to make it shut up and not like do all the weird, those weird status bits with the top part of the 24-bit bus. I could be wrong on that, but we'll find out. Logic board tests, those are all off. I'm going to hit options. I want to test. We're going to just run a long, we'll do run logic board components too. Sure, why not? Can you take the check mark, please? Thank you. And we want to loop tests, yes, and hit go. Let's see what it says. Test failed, logic board. A problem was found. A problem was found while running the logic board test. Create a report for details. Well, the problem is you go and create the report, it still doesn't tell you what's wrong. It just is like, the logic board failed. It's like, well, thanks. Like if you go here and hit like create report, it just does this. And it like diagnostic test results. You can't like check mark and turn these things on. And you're like, okay, so you hit okay. And all it says is like, a problem was found. Create a report. Well, it's the report. It doesn't say. It's like, create a report and refer to the troubleshooting chapter in your manual. Well, that doesn't tell me what broke. Like, it doesn't say.
I found Steve's tweet with all the iOmega buttons, and I'm just like laughing, like internally laughing my ass off over here.
Running logic board components test. Test failed. Thanks.
The computer is not, in fact, made of computer. Thanks for telling me.
The computer is not made of computer. But we can go ahead and run the RAM test here.
The computer is compute-don't. Thank you for telling me.
Sit here and let it run this RAM test and see what happens.
Mac does what IBM don't. Wait a minute, that doesn't quite fit the same.
Mac does what IBM don't. You mean not
That's
working?
soldered to the RAM. Yeah, permanently soldered on RAM. Yeah.
I was trying to spoof the Sega does what Nintendo don't, but yeah, it doesn't quite work the same when you try to
go full screen, Joe.
IBM.
No. There.
I just realized I can't see the chat because I'm...
Hey, Garth was in the chat.
Garth Beagle! Hi, Garth. We love you.
Is that Garth Brooks? You...
I don't know why I found that so funny.
You would not believe how many times I've gone to tag Garth and something. It's like, you meant Garth Brooks, right?
Like, no.
No.
Oh, man. Click this button. I'm just checking my Discord in the background while I'm waiting for this thing to do things.
Oh, boy.
Garth Brooks alter ego, Emo Brooks, or yeah, whatever his name. Yeah.
Oh my.
Brooks.
I have a stack of Discord messages. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah. And thanks to somebody local being awesome, I finally have a UPS for my NAS, so it's no longer going to get absolutely hosed. What was that?
I have to change my name. It's not Halloween anymore.
Oh.
I mean, technically, that's where that SC30 is going to die. So I mean, Joe's Computer Mausoleum is entirely appropriate.
Mm-hmm. It's RAM sockets. It's 100% RAM sockets.
I'm making jokes.
Yeah, that's fine. I was conspiring against you in the background with one of our compatriots, Justin. That is all I'm going to say. Now you get to wonder for the longest time what that means.
I'm gonna get 2 pounds.
He's like,
yeah, I'm gonna get 2 pounds of googly eyes in the mail for sure, man.
Okay. So there's a joke. There's a joke here. Like, when one of my messages, Tech Knight messaged me. And he's like, I ran into this person. He says he knows you. I think with the Uno reverse card, because so I went to Arizona in early October, and one of the Weather Star guys actually came out because I know him like outside of tech stuff. His name's Ethan. He's a long-haired guy you probably have seen many times because he looks very distinctive. You could pick him out of a crowd. But yeah, I know him outside of like VCF and stuff. He's one of my IRL friends, so he came out to this meetup in Arizona, and I took a picture of us at breakfast. And I was like, "Hey, Tech Knight, this guy says he knows you. I don't know." So now he repeated it back to me. Just like, oh, goodness gracious.
So you're in with the Weather Star folks.
Only by proxy. I mean, basically, I've known Ethan for a long time. Since like, I want to say like 2015 or so. But we used to basically play GTA Online together and such, and that's kind of how I know him. Anyway, so I've known him for a good long time, and how I got to know Tech Knight is because I actually sold my Macintosh TV to Ethan, and Ethan ended up handing it off to Tech Knight because it needed a recap and all that wonderful stuff, and I guess they kind of talked it through, and Tech Knight ended up with the Mac TV instead, which, totally fine. I just wanted that thing to go to a good home.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening was Tech Knight wanted to know what happened to the TV tuner because I pulled the TV tuner off of it. Because the TV tuner is loaded to the brim with capacitors, bad ones. And so I just got the hell out of there because it was leaking everywhere.
Yeah.
And he wanted it to go with the machine, so we coordinated things, and he was like, basically, he was like, any friend of Ethan's is a friend of mine kind of thing, so that's how we started talking and such.
That's cool.
Yeah, I hope to meet them all in, like, well, besides Ethan, in person one day.
Yeah, they hang out at all the VCS for the most part, so...
Yeah, and I hear a lot of people love the Weather Star.
Oh yeah, dude, it's the coolest, nerdiest thing ever. I have a weird affinity for the Weather Star's earlier brother, the TechScan MSI. And the reason being is when we moved to, this is a long story. Before we moved to this town, we lived in the middle of nowhere. Our TV came over the antenna. And so we had got like PBS and the major stations, right? That was it. We moved to this town, and this town is literally in the middle of nowhere, but like not close to town. So you can't get anything by the antenna. So I had a cable company. And this cable company had their public access channel, or whatever you want to call it. It was like a bulletin board channel. And it ran this specific graphic interface that showed the weather and the time and like community announcements and all this stuff. And over the years, that system got like replaced by the preview channels system, which ran on an Amiga. And then it got replaced again by like the preview channel, and then eventually went away. But the predecessor to all of that was a little system called the Spectrogen Text Scan MSI, or a Spectrogen 3, which was really the technological predecessor to the WeatherStar. And anyway, all that said, I have this affinity for that old text scan system because it played the local radio station, and I watched that in the morning when I was getting ready for school or whatever. It was just on the TV in the morning, and we would just listen to the radio, and it also, it would have the school closings on in the winter and stuff, and all of that stuff. It had and it had the local temperature, so we knew if we had to wear a coat to go to school, and blah 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 blah. Anyway. Diane. So I had this affinity for this old system. And when it went off the air, I just thought it would be gone forever. Like I'd never see it again. Well, fast forward to a couple of years ago, I'm working for the local municipality. They're my client now. And in the city council chambers, they had a television that was on that public access TV station all the time. It was basically just a monitor to show that channel, because they had a feed to the cable company that would preempt whatever was on that channel to show the city council meetings. Right? It was the public access channel. So when they weren't broadcasting, that TV was just on, and it had that on. It had that station on it. Well, burned into that screen of that TV are those graphics. And it is here. I'll go face cam. It is right up there. You can't. It's up there on my. I have it up there, right? So I have this old TV. I'm like, and so then I start looking. I start hunting around to find out, well, what the hell is this old system? And I was just looking, and I finally found a YouTube video of somebody setting one up. And then I was able to identify the name of the system from that, figure out it was related to the WeatherStars and all of that. So whenever I see the WeatherStar people around, I'm like, you wouldn't happen to have buried in the back of your collection an old Spectrogen 3 that I can, I don't know, buy off of you for an exorbitantly large number, because I want one. But if you follow my Twitter, you'll see me like once a year. I'll put a post up there. It's like, if anybody's got one of these, hit me up. So anyway, so that's my story.
It is a fun one.
Well, actually, something I would like to find is a computer that I built back in high school or early college. But I don't know if any of them are still out there. But if anyone sees a computer and it's got a case badge on it, because actually I really just want the case badge, and it's a CTS or Computex Services case badge.
Yep.
I might have built it. In fact, I designed the case badge.
Sweet.
Which is why I want one, because I didn't think the last time I was there working for them, I didn't think to swipe some, because I figured I'd be back the next summer, but actually that next summer I had to do an internship somewhere.
Yeah.
So I never got the chance to swipe a few of the case badges for myself.
So funny. That reminds me of that story I had earlier about that computer that came back in that I had built back in 2000. I was telling the techs about it, because they're all like, some of my techs weren't born when I built that computer. Like, so I'm like telling them the story, and they're like, ooh, the old man is talking. And then I'm like, you know what? Hold on. And I walk across the shop, and I open an old drawer that they never go into called tape. And I open the drawer, and I pull out a roll of case badges that match the case badge on the front of that computer of that person
So.
Hang on, I'll see if I can grab the picture off my phone here real quick and throw it up on the screen. I need to go to photos, hit select, do this, go to this cool app called Landdrop, which is like AirDrop but works on Windows PCs. There it is.
Every time I hear someone say something like, the Xbox 360 was my first console, I just aged 20 years immediately.
We'll put it on right screen. Boop. Y'all see that?
Can you make yourself big?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Boink.
Oh yeah.
There it is. That's the computer I built that 22 years ago. It's kind of like this one. It's this one right here. They brought in this like other computer of a similar time period. But there's a lot of history behind this computer. So the computer came in, and I look at it, and I'm like, as I'm walking up to it, I see the back of it because I'm coming from back here. The back door is back there, so I'm walking towards the back, and I'm like, I built that.
Oh dear.
And the tech is having a conversation with the lady at the front of the computer, and as I walk around the side of the counter over here, I start rattling off the Windows 98 product key: FTHMY D4G69 7Q426 3CQQ3KA FVC8Q. That is the product key that I still have memorized because I typed it over 1,000 times because I just used the same product key for installing on every computer because it was Windows 98. There's no activation. It didn't freaking matter. But yeah, I looked at the machine. I'm like, yep, that's one of mine. I opened the machine up and I could just see the history of this computer. It didn't come with this CD burner at all. That we installed that later. It had a new power supply in it because it was a 20-pin ATX board, but it had a 24-pin ATX power supply in it. So the power supply died at some point. We replaced that. It had maxed out RAM. It had something like 256 megabytes of RAM in it. And even though it has a Windows a Windows 98 second edition product key on the back of it, the installed operating system is XP on a 40 gig hard drive. And I'm like, yeah, this machine did not come with a 40 gig hard drive originally. It came with a 13 gig hard drive. I remember because I built it. It's like this whole machine tells just a history of itself. It was crazy. But yeah, just this little badge right there. Still have a whole roll of them in the back.
Oh boy. Time to start sticking them on random things.
Yeah, just the thing is we're not named that anymore, our company. Even though you can kind of also see the logo over here in this cup. We're not named that anymore. We changed our name. Because we don't do computer repair and all that stuff anymore. We do managed IT services. So, but anyway. Back to work. Back to solder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I know it's such a cliche idea, but one of the things I've always wanted to do is grab an old case like that and build a modern system into it.
Oh, dude, yes. Yes. The trick is those are ATX, and so many of the machines now are technically that funky BTX standard. So they're designed for the power supply to be on the bottom of the case and all that crap. So it's it's not impossible, but challenging.
It's still ATX, but yeah, you're entirely right.
Weird, yeah.
A lot of components these days are designed in it kind of reminds me of the Dell power supplies.
Yeah, with all their proprietary dumbass connectors. Yeah.
Well, no, not even the proprietary ones. I have a few Haswell. Well, I've had a few Haswell Dell systems, and the connectors are all standard. That's the good part. The problem is they are measured out to fit exactly into those Dell cases. So you have no slack whatsoever on those cables.
Yeah.
So the 24-pin, there is no slack whatsoever. So if it isn't in a Dell case, you're going to have a bad time. one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. But Dell does what Dell do. I mean, at least. I
mean, it makes sense. They designed it so that the cables were the absolute minimum length required.
Yeah, I guess for airflow too, if you think about it.
Well, it's really to save money on the wire.
That too. So, but at least they're not as dumb as HP at the very least, because at least Dell components for the most part are industry standard these days. Yeah. HP's like out there like custom motherboard for a desktop PC. Why not?
Jesus. Back in the day when, you used to be able to just replace motherboards on machines, up until they started doing stupid stuff like that, and then you couldn't do it anymore because it'd be like, so here's this machine, the motherboard failed, or we're like 95% sure it's the motherboard because it's ATX, it just doesn't turn on. New power supply, everything's disconnected, it doesn't turn on. Well, that's the logic for it. But it's like some weird size. The mount holes are in weird places, so you can't. And the case is like slightly smaller than micro ATX, so you can't put a micro ATX in it. You can't get the board holes to line up. You can't put, you can't do anything. So you're basically selling the person a new computer, but you basically a new chassis and a new motherboard, but we're using the rest of their parts. So it's basically a Dell, like, hyper bastardized. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, I used to have to do that crap all the time. That was back when computer hardware sucked.
One of the things that really stuck with me was I had a Haswell era HP desktop that seemed to use all standard components. So I was like, okay, that's cool. Everything looked good. Everything looked right. Then I plug in the USB 3.0 header, and it doesn't work. And I'm like, why? Look it up.
Non-standard USB 3 header, really?
Yeah. The pinout is non-standard.
Hate that bullshit. Hate it.
Thankfully, it didn't blow anything up, but yeah, non-standard USB 3.0 pinout. Like,
yeah, let's HP plus 5 volts. Let's do that. Yep.
Of all the things they could have done, that was how they did it. So really, like HP consumer level stuff, I tell people to avoid like the plague because of just dumb stuff like that.
Yeah, we don't do that either. I mean, we don't sell a lot of computers to individuals anymore. It's just there's no incentive for them to come in to buy one. Any of that whole market just died. But if we do even get an end user come in to do that, we're like, yep, we're going to quote you this business computer. They'd be like, it costs $200 more. And I'm like, well, you're also not going to have to replace it in 2 years. It's going to last 5 or longer because it's business class. And then they understand that, because we have experience doing that with our business class customers. We sell them the business class, like ThinkPads, ThinkStations, ProBooks, the Inspirons, really the Latitudes,
Latitudes,
or the Optiplexes on the Dell side, whatever we can get our hands on. We're mostly a Lenovo shop, but we also we do whatever's available because just they're all the same. They're all built in the same damn factory in Taiwan by the same people. But yeah, and that's what we do, and so we have experience with this. I take this machine that comes with the 3-year warranty, which means if they're willing to give a 3-year warranty on that machine, they know it's a high quality product because they know they're not going to have to fix it, right? And so we always do that, and we sell the ones with the bigger warranty that come with it by default. And then it's like, okay, well, I can deploy this, and as a managed IT provider, at least for my business clients, I know that if I deploy this, I am never going to have anything to do with the hardware of this computer ever again. I'm not going to have to be dealing with RAM or hard drive problems or CPU or this or that or the other or whatever problem it might be. I'm never going to have to think about it again. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
that's
sorry,
why,
I went on a tangent there.
It's okay. Like, no, that's why, like, when somebody asks me for a laptop recommendation, my first question is, one, what's your budget? Usually it's going to be something low, like $300.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, do you have an aversion to used machines?
Exactly.
If you do not have an aversion to used machines, I'm going to tell you to go to eBay, buy yourself a used business class machine, because businesses are incredibly wasteful. They will upgrade for the stupidest reasons whatsoever, and then they'll dump all those old machines onto liquidators who just do not care. They just want to get some money out of them, so they'll generally be pennies on the dollar compared to what they originally went for. And
in the pro market that we're in the the business IT management side that we're in, we can actually get refurbed machines, refurbed by the manufacturer with a 1-year warranty, and then we can buy a warranty extension on a refurbed machine. That's how good those products are.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, in a lot of cases, like we got business customers, they do have a tight budget for XYZ reason. We're like, we're going to sell you this refurb machine. And they're like, but blah, 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 blah. And we're like, here, we're going to tell you how it works. This is why. And they get it for $300 less, even with that extra warranty. And I'm like, you will not have a problem with this. I promise. Yep, exactly. Yeah. The business class stuff is just solid.
Oh, yeah. And like, that's what I just tell people. Go on eBay, buy yourself you can buy yourself a Latitude from like 7th gen Intel. And yeah, it's old, but it'll still outlast anything you can buy new for $300.
And I mean, look, what are you doing? You're surfing the net and you're doing Word documents or whatever it is that you're doing. And it's like, it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a problem with it.
For what most people do, those machines are going to be fun. They're going to be like, the most you're going to do is maybe watching YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, you're fine. It's going to work. It's going to be great.
And they're not crazy like us and have 47 tabs open at the same time. So
no. And
I mean, maybe they are, but I don't think so.
What's awesome about business class machines too is when they do break, they are generally really easy to service.
Yes.
Because they are meant to come apart, because they are meant for IT workers to get them back up and running as quick as possible.
Exactly. They're meant for IT departments in big corporations to fix them. They're not like some dumb Dell computer, some Dell laptop that has the hard drive buried literally at the bottom of everything. Have you had the opportunity to work on one of those?
Yes, I have. Yes,
I have. They're awful. They're horrible. Yep, I got one for my my mother-in-law. I didn't get one. It was a free computer. And I'm like, well, it has a spinner in it. I need to upgrade it to a solid state. This was several years ago. So I start taking it apart. I'm like, how do you get to the hard drive? And 2.5 hours later, I'm finally at the bottom of the machine. The hard drive's just in the bottom.
Oh yeah.
You have to remove literally all of the pieces and parts and take the chassis apart and get under the logic board and then the keyboard and mouse and all of that. And it's just like, it's screwed into the bottom chassis. And that bottom chassis is only accessible by removing everything out of the top of it. Like, you can't remove the chassis off the machine. You have to remove the machine out of the chassis. It's the dumbest thing. And I'm like, I'm never doing this again.
I feel bad for having done this, but like, I had an Asus machine, like, it was one of the worst machines I think I've ever used in my life. But to somebody who doesn't even have a computer, I mean, it's still going to be like a cup of, it's going to be like a glass of ice water in hell to somebody who doesn't even have a computer and needs one. But
pain is relative.
I'm surprised at some of the low standards people have for computing sometimes. Like, just maybe my brain being neurodivergent kind of like helps this a little bit, but it's like some people using like Core 2 Duos in 2022, and I'm just like, how do you live? But beside the point,
it's like, I read Facebook. That's how they live.
It's like, beside the point, I had this Asus that was like a Skylake Celeron, I believe.
Oh, Celeron! Oh, stab me in the face with something dull.
So.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it already. I hate this story already.
It was
continue.
Slow. It was slow and I had to take the thing apart to replace the hard drive because the hard drive had gone bad, and the battery. So what they literally did for the battery, it was a 3-cell crap battery, but they literally just stuck a battery, like a traditional battery that would come out in the back. They stuck it in and plastic welded it into place.
Yeah.
So it's an internal battery, but it's technically they just stuck an external one into the laptop and just stuck it in place.
So basically, when it fails, you either don't have a battery or you replace the entire machine.
Yeah, basically. So they did that, and the hard drive was like under the motherboard.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And it opens from the palm rest.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to go through all that mess, and I felt bad because I ended up charging the person arguably more than that computer was worth. But they were insistent that computer get repaired.
It's like
I'm sorry, but
I don't think you understand the economics of the situation.
I was like, if there's no data that's important to you on this machine, which obviously there isn't because you're asking me to replace the hard drive entirely.
Yeah.
Personally, I would sell this machine for the $10 you can probably get for it. Please go buy yourself even a Haswell machine. A legit Haswell machine would run circles around this. So yeah, I don't know if they ever took my advice, but it was just nothing. And what was interesting is that despite that machine being a potato, it had a USB-C port on it and such, but it didn't charge over USB-C. It still charged over one of a proprietary power adapter. I'm like, you could power this thing off USB-C. Like it's
not like it takes a lot of power, right?
Yeah. But I digress. Like that's why I just like I really do not like it when like I get the comfort that comes with but I get a warranty with my new machine if I buy it from Best Buy. The problem is the machine is literally built to only last that warranty. Like once you're out of the warranty, that thing is going to age like it's going to age like milk.
It's going to age like I was going to say sauerkraut, but sauerkraut ages well, so
I was gonna say no. Those machines age like milk that's already expired when you've bought it.
Ew.
Which is why I'm like,
it ages like an Elon Musk tweet.
Oh God! Yes.
Da 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 da. Or as Jason Scott calls them, Emerald Mine.
Yeah, that's why I just like just buy even if it's like 5 years old. Buy a used business class machine. It'll get you much farther than a new under $300 machine. I
have a 10-year-old workstation over here that would be better than most of those things.
Yeah. It's funny too because if you look at the another market kind of suffered from this, the Android tablet market, because I remember when Google pulled out of the market they didn't pull out of the market. They forgot why people bought their tablets when they stopped. Like, they didn't make a follow-up to the Nexus 7. So they went...
I'm going to take your word on all of this story because I haven't followed Android tablets since, or Android anything since I had my first Motorola Droid phone in like 2000 and whenever that was. So
yeah, so Android tablets were kind of nice because like the Google brought out the Nexus line with the Nexus 7 and Nexus 10, but everybody bought the Nexus 7 because it was a small tablet that was like $200. It was really cool, and it was very good for people who couldn't afford an iPad. Like it was well designed for the most part. I mean, it had a few defects, but for the price point, you couldn't really argue with what you were getting, and it like had a flagship CPU in it and all that wonderful stuff. So Google decided they were just going to go after the iPad in 2014 when they brought out the Nexus 9. But they charged like $500 for it, and it was a piece of junk. And it turns out, when you're charging Apple prices for things, you better have an Apple experience or people are just going to go buy Apple stuff. So it flopped.
Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine that. So it flopped.
Hey, Microsoft, if you're listening. Okay,
so
go ahead.
They completely abandoned the sub like $400 tablet market. So people like Samsung had to come in and try to cater to it, and everything they put out was junk, like utter and complete junk. Like, oh, we're gonna ship a 1024 by 768 display across like 10 inches or something, which is just like, for those things, looks crunchy. Or we're gonna ship it with a display that would make a PowerBook 1400 display look good. Like, I'm exaggerating, but that's the kind of stuff
I follow you. Yeah.
But it was such that the Nexus 7, even though it was introduced in 2013, well, the second gen Nexus 7, I should say, was introduced in 2013, quad-core CPU, 1080p display, wonderful stuff like that. It held its own until, like, I want to say kind of recently, even, against budget tablets, because Samsung and like we're gonna use no-name CPUs that barely function, such like that. So it was like the same thing happened with the Android tablets. Like you spend a low amount of money, you might as well just go grab a Nexus 7 because they're still really good. And I'm not saying they are in 2022. No, for anybody listening who wants to take this advice, no, they're not good in 2022. Do not buy them. But for a while there, that was the thing. It's like,
what about my iPad 2? Will that be okay?
Oh God.
Anyway, continue.
So yeah, it was like you have to go buy something that's like ancient and no longer updated, and mod it to like run a more recent version of Android to get a good tablet experience at the low end. It's really dumb.
Can anybody see what's wrong?
It's frozen.
It's frozen again. I bet you have to hit reset. It'll be like.
Well, the only thing wrong with that is that's Ron's machine.
Yeah. And we're just
Haha, he made a funny.
RAM chips, early RAM chips. Hit reset, and it works fine. Yep, just RAM chips. That's all it is. Anyway.
Oh, jeez. Samsung tablets are something else. Like, it's really funny because, like, for Android tablets to be worth it, you really do have to, like, pay iPad prices. And at that point, you might as well just buy an iPad.
I do have one of these.
Ooh, the Verizon tablets, I think.
It has spicy pillow syndrome.
Oh, jeez.
Uh-oh.
But it works if I replace the pillow.
Replace the pillow with an even puffier one.
Yeah. It's been just sitting over here for like 3 years and me not doing anything with it.
Yeah,
I'm sure I can still get it to work.
So I am
some slow thing, but
I am double checking those are Verizon tablets. Interesting.
Yeah.
From what I understand,
a
those
guy
are
brought
actually...
it in. It was years ago. A guy brought it into the shop, and he's like, "It doesn't charge. It doesn't do this. It doesn't do that." And from the perspective of repairing it, paying somebody to repair it, it literally just didn't make any sense to pay somebody to repair it because it's a $40 fucking tablet. So he's like, well, then you guys can just have it. I'm like, okay. And so I took it, and then I went online and found a replacement USB jack and fixed it. And then it sat there and did nothing for the longest time. It'd be a great little tablet to use it for my touch portal, if it can run the app, but it probably can't. So
what's funny is like I use my iPad for touch portal, and it's complete and total overkill because it's the M1 iPad Air.
Yeah. Me too, dude. So like that's what it's funny. I was asking that about the iPad 2 because I have one of those, and I was going to use that as my teleprompter. But it's like it's too old to like run into software. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm getting a new iPad or a new tablet. So I started looking for new tablets. I'm like, well, literally the best option is the M1 iPad, the M1 Air, because like you, I could have gone with the previous generation, but I'm like, but I don't want to be potentially close to them discontinuing support for that. And so then I ended up going with the iPad Air, which has been sitting on my teleprompter unused because I still haven't recorded a new video yet. So I spent all this money on this tablet that's just sitting there, just there.
Like, I don't use my iPad Air very much. I mean, I use it. What I use it to do mostly is watch YouTube videos when I'm laying down in bed, winding down.
Yeah.
And it's great for that because usually, I don't know, laptops in bed are kind of clunky. So let's be honest. And I don't want to wake up the TV, wake up the Xbox, and load up a YouTube video on the TV and all that wonderful stuff. So iPad's usually pretty good for that. But also, one of the things I really love having the iPad around for is manuals.
Yes,
like just going through PDF manuals. It's amazing for that, and I love it oh so much. And I'm kind of having to tell myself, it's like, because I have this everlasting intrusive thought in the back of my head. It's like, you don't use that thing very much. You know, you could probably sell that for a good chunk of money and put that money towards other projects. You know that, right? And I'm like having to tell that intrusive thought, please just go fornicate thyself on a cactus, please. Because
it's iPad M1 Air. It good. What?
It's like, just because I don't use it doesn't mean I need to get rid of it, because it's like, then I'm going to have a situation where I really need it and I don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Because that's how it's been with iPads. Like, I get one, I use it for a bit, then I go through a period of not using it for a bit, and then my brain is like, you should get rid of that. You don't use that. And I give in to my brain, and then I'm like, crap, I could have used that iPad right about now, buy another one, waste even more money. So that's like, no, this time I'm like telling myself, no, we're not selling things unless you need money desperately, like as in we're in a situation like you're not going to make rent kind of situation. No, sell nothing, keep everything.
Yes.
Like, stop bowing down to your intrusive thoughts.
Yeah, bow down to the hoarder thoughts instead.
Oh, God.
Bye, Justin. He said he'll be right back.
As far as retro things, like, I'm actually trying to get rid of things to make room for... well, okay, so here's the funny part. So, when I was shipping stuff, I guess, like, our local USPS office got very, 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 very picky about the sanctity of packaging, because usually what I would do is when I need to ship something to somebody, I would use like old things that priority mail packaging that I've used like 10 times over.
Yeah.
So they've been paid for multiple times over.
Well, the priority mail packaging's free. I mean,
I know, but yeah, also anyway, like they subsidize it because they expect you're going to mail it through them.
Yeah.
So that stuff's
also
been paid
illegal
for.
to use it for anything else. But go ahead.
What was that?
You're not allowed to legally use it to do it. You can't use priority mail to send UPS, for example. It's illegal.
I know. Like,
moving on.
What I used to do is I actually had shipped first class things with those packages.
Oh yeah.
Like very clearly. But it was very clear that the packaging had already been used multiple times. So it's like, I don't know if they just didn't care because it's like, oh, it's already been paid for at this point. But
yeah,
up until recently, now they suddenly very much care that, you need to have the proper priority mail label on that package or we're not letting you send it, kind of thing. So what I said to the roommates, I was like, I need more small boxes. Hey, could you save the Amazon boxes and like put them aside so I could reuse those instead? Mm-hmm. They decided to respond in kind by throwing every Amazon box we've gotten in front of my retro stash. So, surprise, surprise, I need to go grab the G3 AIO out of it yesterday to hand it off to somebody. And there's a mountain of boxes in front of my retro stash that I need to now clear out. I'm like, because my roommate orders stuff on Amazon like damn near every other day.
Thank you for being helpful and also not helpful at the same time. I love you.
So I had to like break down a pile of boxes to get to my stuff, and I was like, oh no. I screwed myself on this one. But it's still very helpful to have smaller boxes around, for especially for first class stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Who said ooh?
It was me. Ooh, look at this.
Oh,
what's that? What's in that box? That got there very, very fast.
No, I don't know what could be in this. It must be something from Ron's computer videos. I mean,
why don't you open it up and see if it might be a cable?
Ah, yes.
Why cable?
Why cable? So now I have to check and see what connect-a-doodles these all use. Because some of these might be right angle or straight or whatever. This needs to be over here and minimized. Face cam.
Yeah, being careful not to reveal both of our addresses because it would be way too easy to on this box. All right, let's see here.
So you are, that's wrong. You are
I'm
right
the person.
angle.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Straight.
Let me move the 3D printer out of my way here.
One right angle and two straights. Got it. Click.
Oh,
that's yours.
Yes, this is mine.
Oh, a Mac adapter, neat.
Yeah, I loaned this to Joe, and surprise, it's back.
I was gonna like reverse engineer it, but then we found somebody already did, so it's like, okay.
All right. Look at this.
Kind of funny about that. Like, what DOS Dude 1 is doing at the moment. People are like, why are you doing this? Those things already exist. He's like, yeah, but they don't exist for a good price. That's why I'm doing this.
That's the same reason why I was doing this thing that Justin is looking at right now.
So I have,
because the ones that exist out there are either unobtainium
or wrong.
Or wrong, yeah. Literally, like the version of that I used as a template for like sizing and design is missing the entire 12-volt rail. So it would work only with like W drives and floppy EMUs. It wouldn't work with real drives at all. So it's like, what's the point?
So what DOS Dude 1 has said is that what he gave me was a ballpark figure, but his custom SSDs, like he's anticipating he wants to charge like $40 to $50 for a 128 gig SSD, which is for that type of SSD is a really good pricing.
That's right. He's making those custom IDE SSDs, isn't he?
Yeah, and for the ZIF ones, the only game in town has been King Spec, and they want like $80 to $90 for a 128 gig SSD.
For those industrial whatever they're called.
I don't even think they're industrial. They're just whatever they cobble together. But they want crazy money for them. So people be like, these already exist. It's like, yeah, but DOS Dude 1 is bringing the cost down.
Exactly. Like if we can bring the cost down and keep that inside the community instead of having it be like some random Chinese company. Nothing against Chinese companies, but you know what I mean. Just some random whatever it is. Yeah.
I actually sent him both my Zunes to have him test them because the Zune community, which all 5 of us, I kid, but,
no, that's funny.
but we haven't had any SSD thing because the Zunes run Windows CE for the most part, and Windows CE for whatever reason is really picky on what drives it likes, and
kind of like HDSC setup. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So the King Spec SSDs have been the only ones known to work. They're just prohibitively expensive. So DOS Dude 1 is using the same controller chip that those SSDs are using. So I said, hey, if you'd like to send me one to evaluate, I'd love you forever. But he was like, actually, can you send me your Zunes? Because that way I can test them, and if they don't work, I can see if I can tweak them to make them work.
Yeah.
So if he does that, then that actually is really good, because then it brings the Zunes in line with the iPods as far as cost goes to flash mod them. Because with more recent iPods, more recent being like the video iPods and such, you're looking at buying an iFlash, which is what, like $30-$40 just to be able to put an SD card in it. Then to get an SD card of appreciable quality and capacity, you're talking another $15 to $20. So you're already like, it's going to be very price competitive with an iFlash. So it's nice to be able to have that option also on the table.
That is super cool.
And then you got things like the MacBook Airs, which used ZIF SSDs.
I dropped alcohol on the floor. Oh no. I hope you're okay that I sent you a kit, Justin. Because I was
Totally
too lazy
fine.
to assemble it.
Totally fine.
Because I'm a lazy bastard. It's very self-explanatory. All the components go on the component side. You solder it on the solder side.
I just saw I had everything full screen, so I couldn't see everything. I couldn't see chat. Jeremy, I am out. I need to clear more room, but I would like to mess with PC stuff sometime. But
oh yeah, Drake. Okay, well there you go.
I need to clear more room.
And there you go. They're the ones who reverse the dip adapter. There you go. Okay. Well, now I know.
Good old Satanic Mac Club.
Knowing's half the battle. G.I. me.
Oh.
Make sure you double check that, Justin, before soldering it, because the very first one of those I soldered, even though it said component and solder side, I still did it wrong. I knew I would do it wrong, so when I made the PCBs, I put that on the PCB and still missed it because ADHD. So,
well, if I do it wrong, then let's see.
You'll get
Checking
to have
numbers.
Claris make an appearance.
Then the 7 people that are watching now, that can't be right.
Says 7 on my screen. Yeah.
Oh, well then
I'm
there's
just not
7.
that popular, man. Half the
Then
people
the 7
watching are the 3 of us.
I don't even
all
have the
watching on
stream
my-
up in YouTube right now, so I mean, one of them ain't me.
Well, I had it open enough so I could type things in the chat if need be. Because it's the one thing I don't... Well, one of the things I don't like about StreamYard is you can't, like... type in the
Guests
chat.
can't chat. I know.
Yeah,
I
guests
can,
can't.
but you guys can't. Eric's Edge, hi! Joe, someone should have forwarded one of my 2EY adapters with DB19. Maybe I'll send another. Yeah, and Drake, if you were saying that you were sending me one, or somebody was going to send me one, no, I never got it. So yeah, Drake and I were going through this process here, designing the Y adapters, basically at the same time. Because I think we ran into the same problem, that there's this one guy whose eBay listing no longer exists, that was selling a similar product, but again, the wiring was wrong. Like, it didn't have the 12-volt connection. It wasn't DB19. It was only IDC20. So, yeah. Dooby-dooby-doo. Soldering all the things. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Joe Weekends. This is what I do every single weekend. Everyone.
I should mention that if we're supposed to be on microscope cam right now, we are definitely not.
No, I didn't want it on scope cam.
Okay.
I mean, I can put it on scope cam. I can just, yeah.
I need to see perfect soldering.
Then you probably shouldn't be watching my channel. Mine is passable, not perfect.
Perfect is the enemy of good.
Yes, great is the enemy of good. Yep. The lesson being there is if you keep striving for great, if you keep striving for perfect, you never end up getting it done. And then somebody else will beat you to it. Dooby dooby doo. Do 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 do. Bacchus, what I think it was saying, we can't chat. I wish there was a way we could hear them. Bacchus, what he's trying to say is that when you're a guest in a StreamYard stream like this stream, I own the stream, so to speak. I'm the moderator, the owner, whatever. I have the ability in StreamYard to read the chat and type into it. For example, I can do that. The guests, though, Justin and Zodium, they don't see the chat. Well, I think they might be able to see it.
I can see the chat. I can't type into it.
So they have to have a YouTube window open to chat. Oh, you understand you were doing a funny. Oh, okay.
Whoa. 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 So sorry if this is you. Sorry for if you like him and this is the way you're finding out. But apparently, Aaron Carter died.
What? I don't know who that is, but the name is familiar.
I think he's one of the Backstreet Boys, if I remember correctly.
Oh.
Oh no! He's not a.
Or no. Wait. Hang on.
He's related to Nick Carter.
Nick Carter. That's
He was one of the.
I get the Carters confused.
Yeah, his brother was in the Backstreet Boys. Wow. He was found drowned in his pool. Interesting. That is unfortunate.
Scroll. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I just pulled his Wikipedia page and not had a good time is being very generous.
Well, yeah, you get popular young like that, and you end up, yeah. If when you become famous at a young age, you get thrown into an adult world without having the adult capabilities to handle it, and you end up screwed up.
Yep. Why I don't like those shows are like, the one where clearly like it's a what was that I can't remember that show that like I have to Google. Tell me things. So those shows like John and Kate +8 where they're just like basically family reality shows and they're like involving the kids in it when the kids have like no place to be like, I don't want to be a part of this, because like I feel for that kind of stuff because
imagine being like a normal 10-year-old or whatever and you've got a camera in your face all the time. Just
can't even use the bathroom without someone recording it.
Like, I'm taking a shit here. It's like, leave me alone.
Yeah, it's like I mean I just say these days I'm neurodivergent, but it's like I'm autistic as frig, and that kind of attention would just snap me in half.
Yeah.
So I can't even imagine what these poor kids are going through. And that's just, oh.
I mean, Britney Spears is another example of that all that fame, and in her case, it didn't help that her dad was an absolute piece of shit. But you add all that fame in with somebody who's just controlling your every existence, and it's just an absolute. It's a crap show. Jay is here. Jay is here, so Jay gets this.
I believe there's a PSA here. Mental health awareness is very friggin' important.
Yes! There is help out there. As someone who is on a medication for generalized anxiety disorder, I can guarantee you there is help out there. There is hope. If you have issues and need help, just start with your family doctor. They can get you down the path of where you need to go. Just reach out and people will help you because people love you. No matter what you think, no matter what's going on, there are people out there who care and they will help you because they care.
Yeah, it's funny because one time, I was just having a really bad time at when I went into a doctor's appointment and just unloaded on my doctor, and she went into I'm going to verbally ass kick you in the most lovingly way possible, and boy, oh howdy did it work. And I was like, how are you not in psychology? And she's like, no, I moonlight as a therapist. I was like, okay, I can see that now.
Drake. Another child actor, Ron McAdams, has struggled for years with addiction.
Oh no.
Okay, so those are done. So now I need to get on to building the DB25s. DB25s! How many of those do I have to build? 2, I think. 1?
1 million.
I also have to go back and make sure that these orders weren't for multiples. Okay, yes, that's 1. One? Really, only 1?
I need to ask Tom to send me a DB25.
Oh, I don't have Mark's order loaded.
One of these days. Because I realize I have too many actual blue scuzzies, and another DB25 would probably be more appreciated.
2. I have 2 to order. 2 to build. I'm sorry, I was talking over you. I apologize. What were you saying?
No worries. I was just thinking out loud for that one.
I actually prefer making the DB25s because there's 34 less solder points. It goes faster.
I found I found a box with a googly eye glued to it, and I opened it up. It's like, oh, there's where all my blue scuzzies went. Okay, now I have 3 of them. I was wondering where they all
did that box come from me, or did it come from Tom?
It came from
because
Tom.
I sent him one with eyes stuck to it once.
It came from Tom because I remember it was the box he sent me when I was like, hey, Eric kind of teased me by sending me the PCB for a DB25, and I'd like to build it, but I don't have the components to build the rest of it, and I don't want to go hunting and pecking for the components. Would you be willing to, at a discounted price, sell me the rest of the components? He was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Anybody listening too, as well. If you've got the components for already have stuff in your collection to build a blue scuzzy, but you're missing some bits or pieces, just reach out to us. We'll take care of you. I had a guy who ordered everything but the blue pill because he had a blue pill. I'm like, yeah, I'll sell you the kit without the blue pill.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was initially afraid to do the blue pill stuff because I didn't know how to program them. But now that I have an ST link, it's like whatever.
Yeah, it's not that hard. Will you solder on there, you son of a... Do it. Oh my god, I'm going to kill you. Thank you. This one pad is always an absolute pain in the hind end to solder. Every time. We don't use it in the blue scuzzies. It's the insertion switch.
Yeah.
We don't use that pad, but it's just a freaking nightmare to solder.
Oh no, I don't even bother with them because they're not essential to the operation.
Well, I'm crazy, so I do it.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Thank you.
I think what I would, because I have not built a blue scuzzy in a hot minute, what I would probably do, since I've gotten so used to it at this point, is probably hot air everything on.
Well, yeah, if you've got the paste to do it, yeah.
Well, I meant for
I've been doing these for so long now. I've been doing these for nearly a year now. It's just like whatever. Here's the other thing you can do. You can probably see it. I have offset, whatever the past tense of that is, the socket up this way slightly, that way, to give you more pad space to get your soldering iron on that pad. So. Get all the gooey flux out of there because we don't want it in the socket for when people put their SD cards in the socket, because that'll just muck up the socket. Ask me how I know. How's the Y cable coming along there, Justin?
I'm actually on the second one. These are easy to put together.
Sweet. Awesome. Let me get a little bit
of anyone watching. These are the beta units, so.
These are the what?
These are betas.
Yeah, these are beta units. I mean, they may end up being final units depending on what my feedback is from folks like you, Justin. But I have a feeling I'm going to want to see if I can redesign it so that it can actually be screwed into the back plate on the back of the computer.
Yeah, that's
because there's after you plug in, especially on the DB19 one, after you plug in a joystick and a disk drive to that, all that weight hanging off the back of the computer, it's prone to just have it pop right out. Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. I have a doctor appointment Tuesday for my mental thing. Good job. Good on you, sir. Good. That is the first step, man. All you got to do is just say, hey, I don't feel right. I'm tired of not feeling right. And they'll help. That's what I did. It was just like my anxiety. I would wake up in the morning and my heart rate was like 110 just by waking up in the morning. And I just went to my doctor. I'm like, dude, I'm tired of feeling like crap. And he's like, here's this. We're going to try this. And it fixed it. Now, so you can't always, for some people, depending on their specific neural chemistry, the first medication you get might not work. So you got to stick with it. In my case, I just happen to be lucky because my specific situation is anxiety-based. I would get depression and not want to do things because of the anxiety. The depression wasn't the primary, the anxiety was. So my doctor diagnosed me really well with that. We took care of it. And that was in 2016. Guess what I started doing a whole bunch more after 2016? YouTube videos, going to Kansas Fest, talking to people, streaming on the internet more, starting a website, selling blue scuzzies, reverse engineering products, doing really cool things. Before that, I did nothing at all, ever. I didn't even play with these old computers back here because I just didn't feel like it. So, if you're not feeling right, just ask. People will help you because they love you.
What's kind of interesting is like kind of a sidebar to the mental stuff is for a while when I was doing, because I've been doing YouTube-ish things since like 2013 or so, and what I used to do is I used to never really edit my videos because I did not like hearing my own voice, like really to a really bad point.
Yeah.
And kind of like around the time I turned 30, I was just like, you know what? this is what I'm born with, and it's kind of what I'm stuck with. I might as well learn to love myself.
Yes.
And that's when I kind of just sat down and said, I'm sitting in front of Final Cut, and I'm going to just boss my way through this. And then I realized it wasn't so bad.
In some cases, I mean, yeah. How can I say? In some cases, you can. I don't want to say you're lucky like that. You have the right mental clarity at the right time, and it snaps you out of the situation. But it's important to also note that doesn't always work.
Oh yeah, no.
It can't. You have to. It's a good inspirational story to discuss, but you have to be careful because that can come across as, well, just don't be sad anymore.
Yeah, and I hate when people
that doesn't.
Like that.
You can't be happy. Well, you can't tell somebody whose brain isn't working right to be different than what their brain is telling them to do. So yeah, you have to be careful.
But
I'm not trying to discount your position either there.
Oh no,
but
it's one of those things where it's like it kind of like there's two different ways, like there's two ways to go about it. It's like some things just settle in with time, yes, but also some things don't, and it's kind of like it's really tough to tell which is which.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like with me, when I was in high school and such, or middle school, like I was, it was really tough because like I had stuff going on in my head, but the other problem was they just wanted to like rely on they wanted to just medicate the absolute crap out of me for something that arguably didn't require it at the time.
Yeah.
And kind of knowing where that balance is really it's such a difficult thing, and it really sucks because like you should be able to trust your you should be able to get a therapist and you should be able to trust them.
Yes.
But it's just
that's a very important point as well. Is if you do reach out to somebody and you feel that they're not giving you the right help, they probably aren't.
Yeah.
They've probably either been mistrained or they're themselves just not in the right spot to be helping you. So it's okay to continue to seek out different help.
Yeah, and if you feel something is like not quite right, then you're entirely
if they're belittling you, or they're doing the same crap that say, your mom's like, well, you just need to be happy or whatever, then you know that's they're not the right. It's not the right situation.
Yeah, because as I've noticed, some therapists will. Like, I have a few friends who are seeing therapists, but the therapists seem to be either the friends are lying or their therapists are just further enabling their self-destructive tendencies, which is like, either way, it's not good. And
well, I might sneeze. Stand by. Sorry. Keep in mind, and I also don't want to discount this.
Oh no.
Either. Zodium, you're on the West Coast, correct?
Yeah.
So the West Coast is rife with, quote, therapists, unquote.
Yeah.
Because it's fashionable to have one. And so I believe there are a lot on that side of the country that are probably not properly qualified.
Oh, I don't even doubt it at this point, honestly. Because
and that's why I made the point too. Like, if you don't think your therapist is helping you, then maybe that they're not the right therapist for you.
Yeah, seek out a different one. Seek out alternate advice. But kind of in the county in which I live, our mental health system is notoriously bad. So I
need to blow my nose. You can keep talking. I'm just going to go over here and blow my nose.
Okay. It's just it's a bad time all around, and it just contributes to feelings of I don't belong here, which is something I've been struggling with for a hot minute. So it's really telling. Like I have insane social anxiety where I in the space where I live. It's really weird. Because, like, obviously you would think, well, I'm on this stream talking to people.
Yeah.
Like, I'm all right. But I also know Joe. I know Justin. I know everybody who's in the chat.
Exactly.
And I'm very comfortable with every one of you. So
that's the thing, right? I know exactly where you're going with this. You seem comfortable, but the thing is you've had the opportunity to get to know us in a non-pressuring environment. So now we're friends, right? Yeah. So we're just hanging out. It's the way your brain works and the way you behave in a situation with strangers is completely different. Your brain is just like, oh my God, panic, I'm in danger. Get me out of here.
Well, what's odd is I was saying, like, our county stuff is notoriously, like, the county in which I live is notoriously bad mental health wise. But what I found interesting, and I observed it just this year for some reason, is like, it's to the point where it's like, if I can avoid interacting with people that I don't know, I'm going to go that route. So it's like, oh, if I need to go shopping for things, I'd rather pay the premium to shop at Target, have them just bring my stuff out to my car, than go inside the store and deal with people. But what's odd is when I went to Arizona last month, my social anxiety completely just left me.
Yeah.
Like, it's really weird. Taking me out of this environment made me feel more comfortable, weirdly enough. Because I'm not sure how the hell that works. It just blew my mind, because it's like, okay, I want to go into, like, I don't mind going into a store now. I don't mind doing things.
And all I can say there is I understand, because I'm not a therapist, so I'm not going to attempt to dig into the weeds there. But like, to me, it makes sense. Like, if you think about it, you're around people who are like you, who you know already when you were out there, and so it changed your brain chemistry temporarily.
Maybe.
And so things that normally you were basically getting your serotonin.
Yeah,
but naturally instead of through meds. So like, it flipped your switches. But you go back home and those switches flip back off, right?
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, there are so many factors, ridiculous factors, that can affect your mental health.
Oh yeah, and absolutely.
Like, a change of environment can change your mental health.
The weather, the temperature.
Yeah.
Just everything. All of the things. Yep.
Are there?
That's why, like, it's interesting how things kind of work.
Justin, were you saying something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need to ask a question about the Y cable. 20-pin version. Are these 3 pins connected together?
Yes. All 3 of those pins are ground.
Ah, okay.
I had the documentation here somewhere that told me what they were, but yeah, trust me, I verified it multiple times. As
boom,
such, stand by. I will open some stuff on my computer.
I just needed to make sure that I didn't need to clear the solder bridge between the 3 pins.
No,
that I couldn't clear because, well, they're all bridged together anyways. All right, well, they went together easily enough.
Yay!
So I have Y cables.
Gosh, this window has so much crap open. Well, it's because I just open crap and leave it open. Yeah.
All right, let me.
So here, I will show my right screen. Yeah, as you can see.
Oh my.
I was mapping things out, and I was like looking to see what connects to what, so that I can map it to that, so that I can then map it to that. And what you can see here is 1, 2, and 3. They're ground, pin 1, ground, pin 2, ground, pin 3. See? Or 1, 3, and 5, really. Yep. It's all good.
All right, cool. Let's see if I
So-
can't.
Something I
get 'em.
wanted to mention while we're not too far removed from the whole mental health thing too is
No. Keep
No.
going. I'm just messing with you. Keep going.
Shut up, Joe. This is my live stream. No, I'm kidding. But one of the fun things about being, okay. So side tangent here. I hate because I am. So here's the funny part. When I was in high school,
that's the end of the tweet.
yeah. Okay. So when I was in high school, we called it Asperger's syndrome.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, "Doesn't that what Bill Gates has? That's kind of cool." Now it's just called high function autism, and now I get a bunch of backhanded compliments like, "My, you're awfully like smart for being autistic," and I'm like,
it's like, well, it's because you don't understand what autism is.
Yeah.
That's why they also call it a spectrum, because it like is everything from people who are completely nonverbal to people who are Bill Gates.
Yeah, and it's annoying because I feel like it's really hard, like in the collective mind space, to tell what you have now. Because when you said Asperger's, people are like, I know what that is immediately. Now it's like
you have emotional. You have emotional. What's the term? Emotional processing. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but one of the
social cue issues. Yeah.
One of the most, I want to say it's blurst because it's simultaneously blessed and cursed.
Blurst.
But being like this enables me to notice things that most people pass up.
Yes.
And I both love it and hate it because I love it because some people like that quality. It's like, hey, you should be a bug tester because you notice things that no one friggin' else notices. Because I remember a certain someone was like, you should work on my team as a bug tester. And I was like, I appreciate it, but I don't got the mental headroom for it right now. But simultaneously, it's a curse because people think you're just being extra.
Yeah.
And no one cares.
It's that's similar. The way I would describe a lot of the quote high functioning autistic unquote spectra is your brain simply processes the world in a different way. Like for example, I would almost classify many gifted and talented kids as autistic because they see through stuff instead of seeing at it. Mm-hmm. And so they can come across as either cold or weird or whatever, but also smart because their brain processes stuff so differently.
Yeah, and it's a very nice.
And it's a blessing and a curse because a lot of that social stuff you strive and that you want because you're human is so hard to attain because people are like, ew, you're different, get away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And then that just feeds into the anxiety and makes you more weird and blah 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 blah. Yeah,
it's a vicious cycle because
But on the other side of it, things like work, you just kick ass at.
Oh yeah,
like people come to you even they even though you're the quote weird one unquote.
It's also kind of sucks because like we get in our own way a lot of the time because again, like perfect is the enemy of good kind of thing, whereas like we're like some of us are like, no, I don't like the way this is going, step back, do it again, and keep doing it again. And it's just
are we back?
Also, Joe, I think you died for a second there.
Yeah, I think my whole Wi-Fi just rebooted because all my cameras went offline and everything.
Yay!
Oh, all right, I'm back now. Okay, whatever.
All right.
It's like someone So the way I describe it, it's like someone at the character selection screen decided we're gonna put all of the points into intelligence, but approximately 0 in the charisma.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And it
Whatever
sucks.
I'm a level 47,000 mage. Yep. Mm-hmm.
The best way the best way it's been described to me is how it actually feels to be like this, at least for social situations. It's like you're in a play, but everybody has been given a copy of the script but you.
That feels about right. Yep.
So you try to kind of ad-lib it and you just fail miserably.
And we have, like, I can't say that I'm on any sort of autistic spectrum because I've not been diagnosed as such, but I feel what you're talking about, and it that feels very familiar to me. Like at 40, God, how old am I now? 42. At 42 years old, I still don't have a good grasp on that social stuff, and I find that in most cases I have fallen back on learned coping mechanisms. Like, I have learned how to respond instead of naturally responding in many situations. So, yeah. And so it's like basically I'm writing my own script as I go.
It's like I also sometimes get the "why are you so quiet?" It's like because I'd rather not open because I feel like if I open my mouth,
I don't have anything to add. I don't
I don't have anything to add, and on top of that, it's like I feel like, and I'm not. By the way, I'm not saying you do this to me or anybody does this to me. Like,
I probably do. It's fine.
No, it's completely fine. But it's like I feel like whenever I'm in any kind of conversation with people who are, not aware, it's like there'll be 10 seconds of silence, and I go to speak, and the minute I speak, they're just like, talk over you, get out.
Yes. And the reason I have that same thing, and the reason is because we think differently. We have an internal voice, kind of, and so we're trying to think of how to process and respond. And when because we think differently, and therefore you might call it slower. You can see I just paused there for a while because I was thinking about what to say.
Yeah.
Other people are just they communicate verbally so much better than we do. We go to jump in, and they just start talking because they have different rules.
Yep.
For how that works. Yeah. It's yeah. Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's like oh, go ahead.
No. Hey, look, I just did it to you.
No, yeah, no, I know you don't come from like a place of any kind of malice, so it's like I don't blame you at all.
And so I have direct experience with this because this happens in my family, even to this day. My family that know I'm weird, right? We'll be having conversations or something over Thanksgiving dinner or whatever it is, and I'll start to respond to something, and then they'll just start talking over me, and they will completely ignore me like I'm not there. And then they're like, well, why do you have resentment against us and stuff? And it's like, well, let me explain. And as long as you shut up and let me actually explain it. So, yeah, it is what it is.
I have that with like when I'm doing computer repair for clients and they just will not let me get a word in edgewise. I'm like, listen, you can to me.
It's like, I love you, but shut up.
Like, it's really annoying sometimes. And it's just why, like, again, I just keep silent during group, like, meetups and such for the most part. Because it's like, I feel like I cannot get in a word edgewise. And when I do, someone inevitably just shoves me out of the conversation again anyway. It's kind of it's like, again, as I'm growing older and having less, F-bombs to give to keep it family friendly here.
I've already dropped a couple. Don't worry too much about it. Just don't do many of them in a row.
But
we're also after the first minute. YouTube doesn't care.
But basically, it's kind of getting to the point where it's like, I'm just going to speak up and be like, I was talking, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And it's like, if they get mad at me asserting myself, it's like, okay, I don't want to be a part of this conversation anyway, then.
I can... The place where I usually have situations like that, because I'm not in too many social situations now where I'm with what I would call incompatible people. I hang out with people who are like me now for the most part, like you guys and Steve and Bruce and all that. But usually when I'm in those situations, it's at work when I have to go into the office. But the thing is because I'm second in command of the company, I can literally just tell them to shut up.
Yeah.
Like if they just start talking, be like, I'm not done talking. Can you shut up for a moment? And they're like, sorry. I'm like, you better be. And I don't say it like cruelly or meanly. I'm just like, I wasn't done. Just hold on for a second. Like I have to do that to them sometimes. It's just like, I'm still thinking, or they know that with the ADHD thing too, it like, if I'm in my office and like hyper focused, when if I happen to be like just head buried in something, right? And they come into my office and they just start talking. And it's like, I did not hear a word you said. You're going to have to go back to the beginning now that I'm looking at you and start talking again. I just tell them how it is. At some point you get old. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I do the very same thing.
Yeah. At some point, you get old man syndrome, and you're like, I'm old, I can get away with being grumpy. And people are just like, oh, okay, he's just grumpy. But yeah.
I have the brain of a single core Pentium 4.
Yes!
Overheating.
Yes!
So it's like, people like my girlfriend can multitask and multi-do whatever.
Oh, no. Multi-task. Oh, no. It is the bane. Oh.
She is just like, wait, why aren't you doing this, and this? I'm like, listen, I can only focus on one thing at a time. Yes. If I can try to multitask, but it is very likely I'm going to start dropping frames here.
Yes, exactly. And I was talking about that at the very beginning of the stream, too, about my processes for building the blue scuzzies here. How I'll do one kind of a time all en masse, and then do the next kind. I call it serialization. Exact same problem. Like, that's the weird thing about ADHD is that, like, people think you don't have enough focus, but what it is it's not that you don't have enough attention. It's that changing lanes results in a crash. Like, you can't switch tasks and then switch back to what you were doing, because when you switch a task, your brain is like 100% gone and onto the new one. And so when you try to go back to what you were doing, you're like, oh God, this is going to take me a half hour. And so then and that's that same interruption thing. When people come into my office, they interrupt me. It's like, you have just ruined my afternoon. And so I just get pissy, right? And then people think, well, ADHD people are grumpy and assholes. And it's like, well, you're all up in my steez. Leave me alone. I'm trying to get crap done. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that's why when, like, I'm trying to do something or, like, this is also why it's like, if I'm at a restaurant in a social situation, I will literally finish eating last, because if there's a social situation going on, my brain cannot eat and speak at the same time.
Walk and chew gum. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or, which is kind of why it's like, usually I prefer when I'm eating food, I'm just going, like, at home, it's like I prefer eating by myself, sat in front of my computer, just watching a YouTube video, because the minute someone else comes in my room or wherever I be fooding, my brain's attention is now split
Yeah,
and
it's like modem bar. Yeah, yep.
And
if anybody's like, well, Joe,
someone gets this.
It's like if anybody right now is like, well, Joe, you're soldering and talking at the same time, to which my response is, the soldering, I've been doing it for so long, it requires zero processing power.
Yeah. And like that's kind of how it gets. Like after you do so much and you do it so long, like it becomes demoted to a background process.
Muscle
and you
memory.
Can do it.
Yeah.
What?
It's like muscle memory.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's kind of like driving with the same brain. It's like you become like that's the only situation in which your brain can multitask effectively, because if it doesn't, you're dead.
Yeah.
It's like having to keep. It's like one of those things where it's like it's a really delicate balance to like for your brain to just do everything required to drive. It's like you need to keep all these little subsystems going and doing the same thing, like watching every little thing that happens in front of you, thinking, okay, what happens if they do X? What happens if they do Y? How am I going to react? Blah, 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 blah. That is the only situation in which my brain can act like a thread ripper.
Yeah. Because also each of those things, when you think those are so tiny of subtasks, you don't need a lot of attention to do them. They don't require all that processing power. It's X, Y. Yeah, that's like that age-old question. Why don't ADHD people get in more accidents statistically? It's because driving a car literally doesn't require that much attention.
Yeah,
it doesn't. It becomes automatic. Your brain just, it's like walking.
That's what they keep telling me about people who drive like stick shift cars. It's like, for me, like right out the gate, my brain cannot do it because. Okay, now you're having to tell me I need to manually shift the car.
Because that's different. Because you're actually, that's a very proactive process. Driving a car normally is very reactive, right? You're just reacting instantaneously to stimuli. But when you're driving a stick, you pay attention to the car. You're like running, ADHD guys like running down like 30 miles an hour down Main Street in first gear. Oh, I forgot to shift the car.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, I did that once learning to drive stick. Like I was trying to put the car into, I think I was trying to downshift from fifth to fourth. And I was like, I did it without like,
did you money shift?
I did it on muscle memory, and I was like, why isn't it going down to fourth? And so I force it. Turns out I skipped a gear going down, and boy, oh boy, did the car not like that.
Yeah.
And that was very, 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 very fun. Yes. Obviously, I don't drive a stick as like a daily car, but I mean, I'm interested in trying to learn it again, but I also feel like my brain, in a practical sense, just can't.
Yeah. Interesting knowledge fact or trivia fact about Joe. Joe does not know how to drive a stick. Joe has never driven a stick in his life. Joe learned how to drive in an automatic.
Yep. I have a bunch of car friends who are like auto tragic. So that's why I'm like.
It's like, yeah, but my little Honda Civic with the CVT and a turbocharger shifts just as well as your six speed Miata, so it's fine. It's a CVT. I throw gas to floor, it automatically puts car in power band. Yep.
Yes, Mac Effects has a good point. CVTs are all right.
When early CVTs were kind of crap, but the Toyotas were notoriously unreliable.
I think CVT's got a bad rap because Nissan.
Because of what?
Nissan.
Yeah, was it the Nissan? Yeah, the Nissans had the bad CVTs.
Yeah, they were notoriously. They would
strip the belts.
They were notoriously horrible, and not only that, I drove a Nissan. I drove a Sentra and an Altima in 2016, and I drive a shitbox Corolla that feels like absolute garbage on the road. I would still rather drive that thing over a 2016 Nissan with a CVT. That's how bad they felt to me.
Yeah, I have a 17 Civic hatchback, and the car is just there. The car, to this day, here in 2022, drives just as perfectly as it did the day I drove it off the lot, and it has 70,000 miles on it. It's just like, yep. The CVT never slips. When I put it in sport mode and jam the gas, it engages and goes. It's like we're in gear now. Yep. It just moves.
Bacchus, which CVTs are you referring to? Because I know like the Prius was one of the first mass market cars, I think, to use a CVT. I could be wrong on this. I know CVTs are as old as time itself, but
yeah, I mean CVTs have been common as belt-based CVTs back into the 40s for like go-karts and ATVs and stuff. I mean,
I want to say
ancient.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm done.
I was gonna say I think the Prius is like the only one in the first one in recent memory.
Yeah, where they started. It's a full industrial oil-bathed encased CVT. Yeah.
The Scion IQ. I've never heard of that. I don't. Were those not released in America? Or they're just so rare I've never seen one. It's so cute. Oh yeah, I guess. Wow, my car could outrun one of those. That's insane.
Okay.
Holy crap, Dave! 400,000 miles on that Prius. Wow, it's a good run. Like, seriously, you cannot beat like 90s and some 2000s Toyotas and Hondas. They just last forever.
My mother-in-law had a 1994 Honda Honda Accord station wagon. And the only reason she traded it in was because it was getting hard to find parts for it. It worked perfectly. It had one fault. The motorized automatic antenna no longer worked.
Yeah.
The car was perfect. She traded it in 2012. She traded it in 2012 and got $4,000 for it.
Holy
I'm 94. That's how awesome those things were.
My car was actually appreciating.
Anyway, go ahead.
My car's in horrible condition, though, so I probably wouldn't get the actual value they keep saying it's worth. But yeah, my friend, my mechanic friend who works on my car bought a 1990 Accord as a project car, and I had to follow him home in it because he was like sketched out in it. Thing had the brake not the brake calipers, the brake discs were just worn almost all the way through. Because the previous owner did not take care of it. The previous owner did not change the oil, so the oil he just kept adding more oil.
Was Nutella.
No, it wasn't. Thankfully, it wasn't.
It's gear oil. It's gear grease now.
Thankfully, it was not sludged that badly, but he just kept adding oil to it. So when he drained the oil, when we got it back to his house, it had 7 quarts of oil in it.
How much does it take? Like 5?
Like 3.5.
Yeah, the bottom of the crankcase isn't supposed to be in oil. That's not how that works.
So surprisingly, the car still ran perfectly fine at 300,000 miles on it.
It's because it had 8 quarts of oil in it.
Yeah. So we got it back home. He did everything to it, and I actually drove that car for a few months because that's when I got in a wreck and my car got totaled. So that car never cared. Like, it ran smooth as butter, perfectly, didn't burn a drop of oil. Like, I could not believe how well that car ran for how neglected it was. And that forever sold me on Hondas.
Yeah, they're just
like if my Corolla ever dies, I'm buying a Honda.
They work. They're Hondas. I mean, and Honda is usually considered like number 2 behind Toyota. Maybe even lately, I think Kia has gotten really good. But the reason that they're behind is not for anything drivetrain related, any of the reliability stuff. It's usually fit and finish. Hondas are a little bit, they usually cheap out on the interior. For example, my Honda, I didn't notice it until I got it home and I had signed all the paperwork and technically owned the car, that like one of the interior panels was like manufactured incorrectly and was in the car. It also has like some panel rattles and stuff that like started rattling like 50 miles down the road. But other than that, the thing, you get in it, you turn the key, it turns on, it runs, it goes down the road. I have had one problem with it. One time for about a month, the door locks would not unlock any of the locks except the passenger door. And I couldn't figure it out. And then they just started working again. And it's been perfectly fine for 4 years.
What's kind of fun is Jeremy mentioned a 98 Civic. So actually very recently, well, not very recently, I mean, as in 2020, one of my friends upgraded to a 2016 CX-5, Mazda CX-5, and he had an old Civic that he was tired of sinking money into. So he just figured it was a good time. He didn't trade it in because he knew it wouldn't be worth anything to them. So he had the Civic and he asked me, "Hey, do you know anybody who wants the Civic?"
Me?
And I was like, well, I know a friend in Texas who wants that Civic. So basically there was a whole bunch of stuff. My mechanic friend ended up buying it and holding it. And the only thing wrong with the Civic was that the alternator died. And that was the point at which my friend was like, I don't want to deal with this car anymore. I don't want to sink any more money into it. I just want to buy a new car. Because I can. I have the money. So got all dolled up, sent it to Texas, and the person in Texas beat the ever-loving crap out of that poor car. And to the point where he ran it completely dry on oil. And yeah, that's quite destructive to engines normally, but this is a Honda. So another person in our friend group bought the car, had it lifted, transported by freight to Wisconsin, where he lives.
Because he wanted it because it's been down south where there's no rust.
Yeah. So
it's like, I'll put a new engine in it if it's got a frame that doesn't have holes in it. Yeah. Uh-huh.
So yeah, the fun part is he's a Honda tech. Like he works at a Honda dealership as like a pretty high up tech. So he bought the car, had it transported, and found out that the engine just needed a little bit of work, filled it up with oil, and damn if the thing didn't just run.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like it was perfectly fine.
Like old Honda ATVs and Honda motorcycles and crap. They need literally oil and spark. Like you go and watch these YouTube videos. It's like, yeah, we found this literally buried in a field. They unbury it. They put a little oil down the cylinder just to lube it up. They put gas in it and they pull it and it just starts.
Yeah,
it's been under dirt and it worked.
Yeah, and that Honda was just absolutely.
Honda's notorious for that reliability, that drivetrain reliability.
Yeah, that poor Civic was beat absolutely to crap by the person in Texas, and the other friend in Wisconsin just put in a few $100 into it. Thing looks like it just rolled off the lot, literally.
It's like the Japanese concept of gamun. It's their concept of stiff upper lip. It's like somebody who loves me will get me eventually. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna cut the stream off here because it is 5:19 p.m. and it is 19 minutes past when I'm supposed to be making dinner. So I have people who are like, "Are you going to feed me because din time?"
Yeah.
Retro Tech or Die. Hey, everyone, can't stay on long. Just saying hi. Well, that's good because the stream's over. But
normally
anyway,
it's Dave's here, time to end the stream, but I guess it's Retro Tech or Die is here, time to end the stream.
Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and head out. Thanks to, I will say thanks first to Adam for stopping by, since he's already gone. But also thanks to Zodium for stopping in and Justin for stopping in. Super fun having you guys on the stream, hanging out with everybody, building some blue scuzzies and some Y cables and some other fun stuff. Final little things. If you were watching and you're still watching and you like the stream, make sure you smash that like button. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to my channel. I do weird live streams like this, and occasionally every once in a while, actually create a video and upload it. I haven't been doing that very much lately. If you want to support my shenanigans, you can go to jcm-1.com and get cool things like blue scuzzies. You can follow me on Twitter at Museum Joe, or for $1 a month over on Patreon/Joe's Computer Museum, you can support me and my efforts in the museum here. And then get access to our wonderful patron Discord, where you get to hang out with people like Zodium and Justin and me while we wax philosophic about why this goddamn LC doesn't work anymore. And you get a link to these, so you get to hop in and be on the streams with us. So it's really cool. So again, thank you for everybody for stopping by. Thanks for everybody in the chat who stopped by, and we will see you all later. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night.
Hit the button.